Good morning. As I have been introduced to you, my name is Elizabeth, and the presentation this morning, it's titled Ghana 1957, but that is not the final exhibition. Basically, this exhibition is based on Ghana's 70th anniversary, which is coming up in the next 2 years. So 2027, Ghana is going to be 70 years, and the National Museum itself is going to be 70 years. The National Museum is a day older than Ghana, so we tend to boast with that very much, trying to bully the country, but unfortunately, sometimes we are under-resourced when it comes to some of these things. So with the idea of Ghana 1957, when the research started, we were not getting much information. So what the curatorial team decided to do was to have a pilot exhibition. And this pilot exhibition was titled Ghana 1957, Art After Independence. So you can see the image over there. That gives you an idea of some of the changes that actually happened in the art circles when Ghana gained independence. This painting is one of the interesting paintings that you can get by Philip Mwalandamonu. He's the only artist who actually painted something for the Queen after independence, and still in their collection. So this exhibition was supported by my institution, that's GMMB. Then we have the Black Star Lines. Then we also collaborated with the Michigan University. Then we have FCA, where Marx and Janek had their exhibition. Then we have Central Mall. That is an architectural firm. And one will like to ask, why an architectural firm? The research itself cuts across all circles. We are looking at Ghana in architecture, Ghana in literature, Ghana in arts, Ghana in music, Ghana in poetry. So basically, we want to find a nice way of composing Ghana at 70 within its all circles that we have gotten. So it also includes all the coups and all the letters that were running around with the CIA when it came to the overthrowment of Nkrumah and all that. So all those things were discussed. And to make the pilot exhibition a bit of an interest and also a research bit to collect information, we used a portion of the National Museum, and that is the size you see over there. It wasn't that big because we were not sure of the information that we could put out just at once, because you have to consider the fact that we have an exhibition, the bigger one coming up in 2027. So we actually segmented this for the exhibition. So we have roughly about 5 sections when it comes to the main theme for the 70th anniversary. And we will start with the first section that has to do with the African personality, Nkrumah and Pan-Africanism. And most people know Nkrumah to be a fierce activist when it comes to Pan-Africanism, also making sure that even though Ghana is independent, that independence is meaningless unless the rest of the African nation tends to have independence. And that was one of the struggles he had to condone and deal with. And those were some of the things that actually led to his overthronement. So the exhibition was test strategies and also make sure that we are able to gather information within this circle. So with the temporary, or should I say the pilot exhibition, we decided to select a few works for the space. And as you can see, we have the presidential seat, which is a seat that Nkrumah used when he was a prime minister before it was changed to the one that is currently being used by the president. And these things were embodied in our traditions. One thing that Nkrumah tended to do was to look at the fact that, yes, we were from the colonial rule, but we are not going to stay in the colonial rule. Neither are we going back to before colonial rule. So what can we provide for ourselves? And it's a challenge he actually threw to the artists in the country. And they started coming up with different things. So the main thing that most of the artists looked at was the fusion of the European style and the traditional style to create an identity for Ghana. And in these identities, when you look at most of the works within that period, you tend to see changes in terms of when it comes to figure drawing. The nose does not reflect the European nose. Though they were being taught in school to have that European kind of drawing, when things started changing, they also started changing. So in terms of changing the ideologies and decolonizing education, it actually went through all the circles from music to arts to literature and all that you can think of. The chair that you see has two eagles and a star. And that star is called a lone star because naturally, when you look in our flag, we have that in there. And that described Ghana being the first Sub-Saharan African country to gain independence, leading the way, together with the eagle soaring high. Then we have the Edinkahene in the middle at the backrest, and that actually talks or mandates you to know that you have that responsibility to your citizens. So even though it's artistic, it communicates perfectly for you to understand what you are to do for your citizens and what your citizens are also supposed to do for you. Then we have two images. He actually didn't find himself stuck in the European clothing. As things were changing, they were also changing the fashion phase. And that is one of the things he actually did most often. He either dressed in the smock that's from the northern side of the country, or you find him in kente. And sometimes you find him in the Chinese communist way of dressing. And that was Nkrumah trying to tell you that he doesn't belong anywhere, but he has mandate over what he wears and the statements he wants to put out at any point in time. Then you come to the image. The image we started with. I want to draw your attention to something. This very image, as you can see, had more like a figure at the end of it. It's more like a tunnel. And the title of the work in its own is called A Peep into the Future. That was by Vincent Essihene. And he was the first professor at KNUST, now KNUST, at First College of Art. And he started with the Department of Arts. So this is the image. A peep into the future is metaphoric. It tells you, with the image you see, it gives you an idea that, yes, you are in good standings, but you have to go through dark times before you also see what is there. If you don't move, you don't achieve what you need to achieve. So you need to look forward and always persist. The chair, as I said, it was by Kofi Antubam, and he was one of the artists who actually came to Serbia together with Vincent Isihine and others, to have exhibition here. And it's one of the cultural exchanges that Nkrumah actually introduced. And you could find most of the African artists finding themselves in the non-alliance states, having an exhibition or two, or conferences, or any other discussions that needed them. Beyond that, you also have people from the European side finding themselves in Ghana. That is where you can actually talk about this very exhibition that was opened. That changing and working together and sharing ideas was one of the things that Nkrumah felt it was necessary for everybody to have, because you don't have knowledge stored in just one person's head. It's something that is a shared community, quote and unquote, because what you might know, I might not know. And when you put it out, it's easier we share those ideas, and you can actually come up with something. Just like yesterday, when Max was having a presentation, and got to know different things actually happen in different portions. So those are some of the things that the arts seem to do. Then we come to the second section. Then talking about transatlantic dialogues. That is the Black exchanges. So we want to understand the importance of Ghana in terms of the exchanges that actually transpired within the 60s and the 70s, and the various struggles that happened. Because what Ghana did also triggered some of the civil rights demonstrations that happened in the US. So some of these things we want to put to forth for people to understand the role of Ghana during that period, and also highlight the role we played in various liberations that we had. We also had artists coming in from US to teach in other European countries, and Ghanaians also going out there to teach. So this gives you a fair idea of Vincent Kofi, who also exhibited here in Serbia, showing some of his artworks in Atlanta University in 1960. Then we have John Begers coming down to Ghana to teach in the College of Arts for about 5 years before he actually went back. And these were some of his works that he did. A portrait of Patrick Hulede. He was also a lecturer at the Art College. Then we talk about the various networks. What we wanted to bring forth was that we all depended on each other at one point in time. So you can see a board there that we call it a network connection. And this network connection actually had institutions, persons, colleges, universities, individuals, commercial circles, and all that you can think of when it comes to the art circles. Then we started connecting the points. And basically, it had nothing to do with just Ghana, but it had everything to do with Ghana. In the sense that each and every person had a connection that led to maybe a Ghanaian artist or a Ghanaian institution or a Ghanaian university. So we had quite a number of students in Africa attending the Achimota College. And in attending the Achimota College, you tend to learn art. And most of these people rose up to be presidents and activists, though the Achimota School was a British elite school, one way or the other. trying to groom persons to live more of the British way, but the students and some of the lecturers had their own ideas when it came to picking what was being taught. They never went straight line with the British lifestyle. They always found a way of introducing the Ghanaian life into what they were studying and what they were consuming. So, as you can see on the board, we pick an institution and connect it to personalities, institutions, and how it went on. So you have it in various formats. The red one you see up here was related to the KNUST as we have it now, and it connects to quite a number of persons. We have the art department of Winneba. We have the African external examiners, which included some Nigerians within that period, not just Nigerians lecturers, but they were also artists. Then we have the commercial circles. Then we have Grace Kwame, Vincent Esihine himself, and other personalities. Each personality that was put on this page was just randomly picked because we had a whole list of persons that we could work with. And as you can see, with the networks, they connect in various versions. It's either the person is a student, or a mentor, or a mentee, or a lecturer, or a departmental head, and all that. So the connections were quite interesting, and it got people talking, asking how was it possible for us to get such information together. And having these small discussions from time to time was what helped in terms of getting these works together. Even when we set up the pilot exhibition, we do have a portion that we call the reflection space. We'll get there. And people tend to write other information on the board for us to add to the exhibition that we are going to have. So in gaining more information, this pilot exhibition actually had a lot to do. Then we look at section 3, the Cold War. And it's not the Cold War, we are looking at the cultural Cold War that actually happened in terms of the arts of the Non-Alliance, where we have architects moving from one region to the other, Ghana benefiting, Nigeria benefiting, we have, I think, Tanzania also benefiting in all these things. And these are some of the entanglement that we want to talk about. We had quite a number of non-aligned architects in the country than the British architects. But mostly when history is being told, they always want to portray that the British architects were more than the non-alliance, and that was not how the whole scenario was. So we want to make sure that we talk about that to dispel any ideas that people might have had within that period. Then we look at teaching arts after independence. And this was to test the various experiments that the artists were undertaking within that period. They were redefining art, they were transforming the Ghanaian culture and the society, and they were decolonizing art on the other side. We also wanted to get first-hand stories from visitors within the space, especially those who were either trained by a specific artist or decided to be an apprentice for an artist. And we looked at the dynamisms that actually comes in the environment of the art school, especially that of KNUST, as we are experiencing now. So these were some pictures from the Achimota College. It was an art school within that period. So that this gentleman is Kofi Antubam with his students, and they were making a mural at the Movenpick or the then Ambassador Hotel, and the mural covered about 100 square meters in terms of surface space. And it talked about a whole range of stories, moving from our traditions to our way of life in terms of chieftaincy, traditions, culture, lifestyle, food, market circles, and all that. Beyond that, students also started with modeling. So they modeled things out of clay, and Antobam himself was one particular person who would let you start your work if the figure doesn't look like an African. And he did that much to his students. So when he comes, he will tell you, the nose is not right, cuts it off, and gives you a mirror for you to look at your face and put your nose on the work that you are molding. And as time went on, the styles changed. So we have Farmer by the late Atakwami. Then we have the guitar band. Then we have this style, Akamism, by Richard Tay Akam, who was a lecturer at KNUST, also worked with the Denmark Institute, and is doing a research on some genealogy, which is yet to come out. So we are also waiting for that. And he had his peculiar style of painting, which was different from everybody's. It's not pointillism, no. It's more of developing circles with color to give its image and solidity. And that was what he did. Then we have Amonkote and J.C. Archery. They also had exhibition here, and as in Serbia here, and they also had exhibitions in US and Europe. As you can see, the forms and the form of painting and the images in the painting always appear different and have its unique style. With Amonkote, he never believed that a woman, an African woman to be precise, needs to be slim and slender. An African woman is supposed to embody wholeness. So he describes an African woman as 3 circles. You have the top, the bottom, and the middle, giving you 3 full circles of a human figure, showing wholeness. Then we talk about the faith part. And this part is the most trickiest of all that we have been researching on. This is because in our documentation, we don't have much women who have been documented in the art circles, especially starting from the 90s or even pre-independence. So it's just a few that actually we came up when we started the exhibition. And this exhibition also blew the whole idea out of proportion, trying to get people to give us more information about women within this field. whether the person is an artist, the person is a poet, the person is a writer, the person is a playwright, the person is an ambassador or whichever, depending on the role that the person played and how it developed the Ghana we are having at the moment. So in this section, we actually came up with an exhibition, not so much, but quite limited. And you can see that behind we had a whole block that was supposed to host names of female artists. But per the research we had within that period, we noticed the women were not many and the men were more than necessary. So we incorporated and highlighted the women that we could find. Not all the women came from Ghana, but they lived in Ghana and studied art in Ghana. And some of them also taught art in Ghana. So they can never be left out when you are mentioning some of these things because they also had an impact that they made. So you had quite a number of them in there. Then we have, so we start with the very first person. I'll just mention a few. So we start with the very first person, that is this very portrait. And we will come across it very soon. Is by Felicia Aban, the first female photographer in Ghana. And she found herself in the League of Men when we had James Barnor being there, one of the main photographers within that period. And you can just imagine a female artist or photographer having a studio next to a male photographer in the same space. It was quite an interesting thing. But one thing that she stood out for was her portraits. Her portrait shots were precise, on point, and had character. And those were some of the things that actually put her into the fort and later joined Kwame Nkrumah's photography team as time went on. Then we have the first female art teacher, that is Grace Kwame. That's her work. That's her work. Most people know her for her textile designs, but she also sculpts and she also paints. Then we have Charlotte Hagen, who is about 85 years. We recently interviewed her. And she is into tapestry. And her tapestry works are unique. They are flexible. The images move when you look at them. And you tend to be a part of the work that she has done. So these were some of the things that we did, trying to gain more information for the upcoming exhibition. And we are still doing that, trying to gather more information. So as I speak here, I know by the time I finish this conference, I'll get an information or two, because when I came in, I got an extra information for this exhibition. And that is what we are doing, soliciting information, and also at the end of the exhibition, we are actually going to have a book and a catalog that is going to put all this information as a reference point for future use. Because if we don't do that, then it seems with timings and generation, everything is going to fizzle out, and we don't need it to vanish and struggle for its time to come. So that is Felicia Ben's work. Then this is Charlotte Hagen's work. The title of this work is Delighted, which talks about people being happy, enjoying themselves. And though it is tapestry, you can see the movement of the images in there. And that is one unique thing when it comes to her works. They are always flexible, they move, and they carry you along. And the way she is able to play with the colors to get the definitions and the tonations are quite unique. Then we come to one of my favorite portions, and it ended up being a favorite point for everybody who visited the space, the reflection area or the lounge. So we set up a small space within the exhibition where, after seeing all the exhibits, you can actually sit and reflect. But within the reflection space, we also had a television that was playing contemporary artworks. And I always had people asking me, why do we have contemporary artworks being played? And I drew their attention back to the network connections that we had. Those lecturers have been influencing students over the years. And lucky enough, we have a professor who also has his own ideas and generations. That's Professor Karikacha Seidu. And he has instilled that revolution into us in terms of having contemporary artworks. So we have students like Tracy Thompson, who deals with microbes, but not just that. She looks at how formation of food is done, how bacteria work with food. And we have our own Ibrahim Mahama, which quite a number of you would know, also doing his own thing, reflecting on some of the issues that pertains to our everyday life. Then we have Theresa Ankuma, who is also doing something that has to do with weaving and how we get to have a super work in a certain way without considering the struggles. So they look at the struggles together with the work and put it forth for people to experience. So that was what the page was, as in the lounge was doing, giving you a video of such of the contemporary works, and also have a bookshelf that you can sit and read some books that were there. Then we had a blackboard where you can share your ideas. And every week we tend to take photograph of the information that has been put there, then we clean it, and we have new set coming in. Because we always had people putting up informations. Some of the informations, yes, are relevant, others are not, but it's up to you to sit down and actually pay attention and analyze the information that is being given to you so that you get to know what can be used and what cannot be used. So this is when we were setting up the space. So we have something on the new nation. You can give us something on the new nation. You can also give us information on women in art, and you can also give us the creative circles. And then we have the television here playing contemporary art exhibitions that has actually happened over the years. So this is one of the things that happened on the board. Though you can see it's messy and all that, when you pay attention to it, quite a number of artists' names have been mentioned, and also spaces where Ghana collaborated with too has also been mentioned in there. So we have, down here we have Amata Edu. She's a playwright. Then as you move forward, you also see Waku. a sculptor in Africa. Then we have a connection with Kenya. We have Grace Salome Kwame, who I mentioned earlier was one of the first female artists. Then we have a connection with Japan, which has been stated there. Then we have Sakakwe, who is also an artist. Then we do have a national museum here, though it doesn't have the full name. We just have a national museum, which means we have to go searching. Then we have Ephraim, who was also a writer and a teacher and a composer, composing part of our national anthem in our local dialects. So this thing, this whole idea, actually brought forth quite a number of information which we have to sift through and put them together for the final one. Yes, there is much to be done, but we always make sure that when you get the information, you would have to cross-check and be sure that what you are getting is right for you to also give to others to consume. Beyond that, you can see we have reconciliation somewhere here, that we have peace somewhere here. And this is not the only one. We had one with not just English, this is basically English. We had one with Korean writing, Egyptian, Arabic. Then we had Chinese and Japanese. And we had to Google Translate all of them. And the one from the Chinese side, I remember, was talking about imperialism, and it talked also about the relationship between Nkrumah and Chairman Mao within that period, and it also gave a reflection on the diplomatic connection that we had. So the art itself is a big platform that, as we said yesterday, fizzles out or cleans out the lines of politics, and it has its own political statements that is made, not one that you need to pick guns and go fighting, but it's one that is very subtle but very strong. So this is Madame Charlotte Hagen in conversation with a colleague curator, Ashley Miller, from the Michigan University, when she visited the space earlier this year, somewhere in February, to see her work, that is one, and also come for an interview with us to give us more information. And within the interview, I remember very well, she did say she still can't keep still. She still works at this age, at the age of 85. She can hardly walk, but she always makes sure her hands are moving and getting works done. So these are some of the information that we are picking from various circles to make sure that we are able to talk about Ghana and its journey till this time. This journey we have, or the life that Ghana has created on its own, actually depends on some of these diplomatic relationships that we've had. And within Nkrumah's period, when it comes to diplomats visiting the country, they always made sure that whatever they take along with them, especially with the diplomatic gifts, were unique to whichever diplomacy that was coming. If you are from England, yours is different. If you are from Serbia, yours is different. If you are from Yugoslavia, yours is different. And it went through like that with unique traditional symbols reflecting the person's personality. And through one of my research, I did come across in the Museum of Yugoslavia the collection that Tito had when he came to Ghana. It's still preserved there, they still show it there. And those are some of the unique things that a nation can carry along. It shouldn't always be quote-unquote Chinese-made items, but it should be something from the community that the person can stand out and say, I got this from Ghana, and when you see it, you know it's from Ghana. I got this from Mali. When you see it, you can easily identify the object as a Malian object. So, in view of this, I'd like to say thank you very much, and also showing appreciation to the research team and the curatorial team that we are still working. So we have Professor Silverman, Professor Karikaricha Seidu, Bernard Akwe Jackson, Ohene Aye, Lara Becker, Dr. Kise, Koko, Kisi Edu, Adwamwa, Nana Bonsu, Ujai, then Atwanan, who is troublesome. I forgot to put his name there. Thank you very much.
Can I ask, because you said that Vincent Kofi and Kofi Antubam, that they had a show here in Serbia, but was it in Belgrade, and do you know exactly when, and if there are any resources here? I mean, I think it sounds very interesting, and because also I remember that there was, I'm not sure, Kofi Antubam book published in East Germany. It was like printed in East Germany. One of these like first books about the art in Ghana. So it seems that there was, I mean, at least with them, the connection with Yugoslavia and East Germany was for sure much stronger than with Poland. So it seems very interesting.
Yes, Antubam's book, which he published, was in East Germany, yes. And at the same time, I think just months after he passed away, his exhibition in Belgrade here was also opened. It was on the African cultural lifestyle. So there were wood carvings that actually depicted some of the lifestyles you can actually find in Africa, having women carrying pots or going to the farm, the breaking of cocoa pots, and many other things. And there was also a general, more like an Africa art exhibition here, also in Belgrade here. And I think I was discussing that with Ivana, yeah.
With our colleagues who are here, and they can of course add, I think it was 1982? 8, oh okay,
Yeah.
It was 1988, and it was set up actually in this museum. We do not have the works in our collections, but we do have a catalog. And I mean, the ties of this museum with Ghana are quite interesting also because, as you know, and we mentioned it, one of the curators at the time in Ghana, Kwesi Miles, was also to an extent included in the first days and the opening event of this museum. And there is a catalog with a photograph of him and a short text written by him alongside with the founding fathers, so to speak, of this museum. So not the works, but we did have this connection.
Yeah, and to add up to that, just yesterday, a small exhibition was opened on Willis Bell. He was a photographer, And he was also here to take some of the shots for the opening of the exhibition. So it's one thing to have great connections all over. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a few questions, but I think if there's...
If I may, you mentioned the attire of Krumach, the official dress, and I would like to know your opinion, because it seems to me that the African leaders around the Year of Africa, they faced a very difficult question, because they had to officially function somehow in the global diplomacy, being dressed somehow. And it may seem not to be that much important, but actually I think it was one of the great questions, because if they adopted Western suits, Western ways of dressing, that would be very colonial. I mean, exactly. Following the idea of being turned into like somebody who follows European rules. So they needed to come with some other idea how to dress. And I think that we can analyze the attires of the African leaders in this respect as one of the attempts to fight with the colonizing the minds. And from this point of view, I'm very interested in your thoughts about maybe not only in Krumach, but also Nyerere and other African leaders. How do you see this, their attempt to come with another ideas of how to dress, of how to present themselves in the global diplomacy? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You must owe your identity, and how you present yourself identifies you. And that is the basic thing. If you present yourself like a colonized nation, you are actually going to be dictated to. And what you want to achieve, you are not going to get it. But if you present yourself as a whole person who knows what he's up to and what he is actually demanding for his or her nation, you know exactly what to do. Recently, just 3 days ago, we had Ghana's president addressing the General Assembly of UN, and you could actually see how he was dressed, how he presented himself. He was wearing the smock. And it's one of the traditional clothing you can never get in there. And you see his character and charisma in what he was wearing. And that was what made him who he was, in his own element, finding his own space, embodied in his own ideology, and understanding the ideologies that have been there for a very long time, but it's not being implemented. And he is trying to find ways and means to make sure that at least it gets to a certain portion where we can be heard, we can be listened to. And that was what he was doing. And that is what clothing does. No matter where you find yourself, whatever you were to present yourself is how people perceive you. So if you dress right, you are perceived right. If you dress like a riffraff, sorry, unfortunately, that's how it goes. And most African countries, those who tend to succumb to colonial ideologies always have that issue. They tend to ask themselves, is it okay for me to wear this and go, or I need to wear a three-piece suit? And there's not every function that you're supposed to wear a three-piece suit. You need to be able to dissect the function that you're going to find yourself and know what is right for you to wear in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. We will continue now.
Okay.
with the next
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give the whole introduction. I'll let you watch. It's only a couple of minutes of this. And then I'll contextualize it in a moment.
Pěkná jsi, však jsem si s tebou práci dal, abych tě dobře udělal. A teď do světa půjdeš sama, hezky si hledat svého pána, musíš mu dobře sloužit, to ti povídám. Vždyť každý tvůj pán ti vlastně svěřuje svůj život, to není jenom tak. A teď si volná jako pták, utíkej, co ti kolo stačí, jdi do světa a dobře služ a dělej čest mi práci.
Tak už jedu světem sama, všude hledám svého pána, ten, kdo si mě koupí, nikdy neprohloupí. Přes pole a přes doliny, každý kousek světa jiný, je to krásný vzhled na ten boží svět. V továrně mě udělali dobré rady, pak mi dali dobré rady. No tak, už jsem tady.
Frekvenci se musí pozor dát. Ještě Bohu díky, mám dobrý pneumatiky. Když zabrzdím, tak musím na šup stát. Tady jsi se osvědčila, moje milá zlata.
Vždyť je ve mně pružná síla, vždyť jsem pneumaťa.
Tisíce vás do světa jde, auta troubí trata.
Každá svého pána najde, vždyť jsem pneumaťa.
Ten, kdo dobrou službu žádá, ten, kdo stále chvátá.
Tomu posloužím já ráda, vždyť jsem pneumaťa.
Dobrá pneumaťa.
So yes, you can work out that this is a short film. It was entered in the Paris exhibition in 1947 as a feature short, but also clearly as an advert, right? So it's blending those genres of commercialization and entertainment and art, as it were, if you will. Now, following from Elizabeth's beautifully illustrated and calmly presented talk, this is more of the riffraff, where there's going to be much more disgusting imagery, and it's not meant to belittle or offend, and if there's humor there, it's also part of the intention. The reasoning is, I'm not going to start with an apology, but I'll start with a disclaimer, as it were, is that Anna, who cannot be here because she's in South Africa, had written to Joanna and she was going to present, and then she got the chance to go this week to South Africa, so that's great. And she was going to withdraw, and then we had a conversation in the office, because we share an office, and we decided we'd present something together, and about car culture that I'm working on, and about her experience in Africa. And then she was going to do a little short recording of it, and I would have started with that, because we couldn't do a Zoom or anything. And instead she got COVID last week, and so she's managed to get to South Africa, I'm quite sure, but she wasn't able to do this presentation. And so, but she gave me 20 pages of material plus images. So in the last few days, I've been trying to throw together all these images and some text. And normally I would just do as I'm doing now and ad-lib and show you some photos, but part of our objective, this is disclaimer number 2, is to write a paper out of this material. So I've been trying to cut and paste some of her words with my words. And so sadly for you, if this was a conference of 20 minutes, I wouldn't care, and I wouldn't even say this. I would just read it, and you'd have to suffer. Now you're going to have to suffer for 30, 35, 40 minutes of me reading stuff. I'm sorry, but the intention is that we're trying to create some text out of this, and we need some feedback. And in order to get that, I'm trying to work through some ideas on paper. If I go too fast, which is part of a speech impediment I have, then you just have to tell me to slow down and repeat or ask questions at the end. I haven't had any coffee yet, so just imagine once I do. I start quite delicately with this, this opening. How do you go forward? So this is, I'm sorry if this offends anybody, but that's not the intention. In Heart of Darkness, Conrad has 5 main characters who are about to set off to Africa. There are a director of companies, who's the ship's captain, a lawyer, an accountant, an invisible narrator who has very little narration, which is presumably, I think, Conrad himself. And then, as we heard yesterday from Elisabetta, we have maybe the character that is also an alter ego in Charlie Marlowe, an English explorer and the sort of main narrator of the whole story. Now, as you know, the story is that they never actually go to Africa. The whole story is when they're on the Thames, but it's a reflection back in time. So peeping into the future, I decided, because we were given this theme of mining, to mine through Heart of Darkness as I reread it. And I mined for 5 key terms, because he has 5 main characters, right? So the first term that I mined for was the term caravan, which appears a few times, 4 times on 3 different pages, so twice on one page. The term railway, which appears 3 times, road, 8 times, street, 7 times, and the concept or the idea, which he often capitalizes in the book Nowhere, which appears 7 times. Now, you'd think this might be kind of not that surprising for a book written in the 1800s, that there aren't more references to such key terms, because these are not actually key terms in the African context, streets and roads perhaps that you'd imagine. And yet you can also, for such a short novella, consider that this is quite a high number of times, especially since the book is meant to be about steamboat travelers along the Congolese rivers. So we certainly get a sense, perhaps, or I certainly got a sense in reading it, that the heart in question was increasingly getting bypassed by a crisscross of mobility arteries. One image that the book leaves is that this beating heart of humanity's origins will eventually be taken out of its darkened history, a dying body politic of a colonial past, and substituted with a mechanical replacement, a pacemaker, not to say at all a peacemaker, which was to move the species into an enlightened age of modernity. Now remember that the word robot, coined by Karel Čapek in the 1920s, is a Czech word. And what is a pacemaker but a mechanical robot to keep your heart going? Now, I put this quote up because it's disturbing, because it has all the kind of language that Elisabetta was criticizing, perhaps accusing Conrad of being a racist. We'll have a debate and argument about that later. I actually put it up because the person who was initially invited to present here was the PI of our project, Matthew Rampley, who is from the town just outside of Gravesend and Deal. It's a section along the Thames between London and Margate, or the end of the Thames that goes into the estuary, into the English Channel. And I'm thinking, of course, Conrad is using Gravesend particularly provocatively because the whole book is about death, the death of Kurz, the death of himself, the death of the author, the death of etc. But it was just an homage, in a sense, to Matthew, who happens to be from this area of Britain. But really what I wanted to point out is Frantz Fanon at the bottom there, who, as we know now, 100 years since his birth in 1925, allows a bridge between Poland and Africa to how do Czechs and Czechoslovaks, and in the quotation here provided by Fanon, the emphasis here is on man and mankind and this whole gender dynamic, which is beautiful in Elizabeth Topp that she broke that down with all this great feminist artists. And equally, that's what we're interested in doing in this collaborative project with my colleague Hanna. And so where do the Central European Eastern, what Philip Heltzer has called colonial exceptionalism, or what you've referred to in the last 2 days as the kind of non-alignment movement, kind of where do Czechs fit into this discourse? Because they are slightly different to the Poles, they are slightly different, of course, to the Yugoslavs. But I'm also interested, as the abstract kind of hinted at, in Eric Hobsbawm's ideas of, in the ages of extremes, of the long 19th century and the short 20th century, with the short 20th century being the collapse of socialism. So that's sort of the framework within which we're sort of beginning. Now, to do so, we have a lot of case studies, and the case studies in question are as such. This is our first one, a more positive one, hopefully. Some of them are less so. We have František Vojt and Dr. Jiří Baum, who in 1932 published a book upon their journey to Africa called Africa by Car. So on the 1st of April, April Fool's Day, in 1931, they set off from Prague to travel to Trieste and then to North Africa. They covered the continent straight down from Alexandria through to the Belgian Congo and then to South Africa. A 9-month tour, returning them to Prague in December. Now, František Vojt, who claims in an interview, they were both born in the year 1900. Vojt died in the year 1971, and in the late 60s, he did an interview of their journeys, and he claimed that it was the first car to ever travel across Africa with an air-cooled engine. Other comments about the pride of Czech tech are found in accounts of how their vehicle, which wouldn't descend very high on some of the lower ridges and cliffs that they had to go up in first gear, could still manage such journeys in reverse gear. Their car was often overburdened with materials which contained many sculptural study materials for Vojt. How these materials were acquired isn't quite clear to me yet. Baum generated an archive of scientific photographs, mostly Baum, so that's Vojt, he's the artist. Jiří Baum generated a set of archive scientific photographs because he was a natural historian, mostly natural history photographs. Baum makes a second trip to Africa in 1938 with his wife, Ruzita, you have to forgive my pronunciation here, Filkejunova, who lived to the year 1975. Baum, however, sadly doesn't. He dies in 1944. You'll see why in a second. But she became a well-known travel photographer and writer. Their voyage in 1938 was limited, of course, because of the Second World War, but they nevertheless reached parts of East Africa. Upon his return to Czechoslovakia in 1940, he was captured by the Nazis and sadly met his end in a concentration camp after surviving Auschwitz as a laborer in Warsaw in 1944 at the age of 43. This was the first vehicle that they used. Vojt also goes back to the African continent with his wife, but in 1947. They stay for over a decade, and he teaches in Nairobi until the late 60s, then returns to Europe. He returns, in fact, to Yugoslavia. He left many study materials, photos, sketches, objects with the Czech consulate in Nairobi. Some eventually got back to the Czechoslovakia after the Velvet Revolution, and especially after the separation between the Czech Republic and Slovakia in 93. Part of his collections are in Telš, at the Hrdlička Prague Museum. The ethnographic collections from the trip in 31 are in the Velenje Museum in Slovenia. I'm sure maybe Tina knows more about that than I do. What's interesting in terms of the sub-themes of our road movie title in our presentation today is that a film was produced from their first journey in 1932, or the journey was in 31 and 32, the book came out, and in 33 a film comes out, and this is the film poster. Oh no, how did that happen? I've gone all the way to the end, sorry. So I did a translation from my PDF from PowerPoint to PDF, and I've lost a few images. So this is the poster on on your right. On the left is Habsbam's Age of Extremes. So you can see, of course, a tank here confronted by a cow. We can have that discussion if you want to. Now, Foyt, sadly, he lives to be, at least he survives the war, and he spends a lot of time in Africa, does return to Yugoslavia. The irony, or whatever you want to call it, in his life, similar to Albert Camus or even to Jean Rouch, is that he dies in a vehicle collision in 1971. A communist newspaper at the time, Rude Pravo, makes a rather understated posthumous comment in reviewing an African art exhibit in which his work featured in 1983, that he was simply, all they said was, a progressive representative of Czech culture. Now, when discussing this idea of a road trip through Africa, it would be remiss not to consider and to mention the idea of a safari. Now, the word originates from the East African coast. It comes from an Arabic verb, the safar, which is simply to journey, to travel. It was then adopted into Western languages via Swahili, which also in those cases means journeying. Its associations with large overland expeditions across Africa, particularly hunting trips, became more widespread in Europe in the second half of the 19th century as travel to the African continent grew in popularity. Among these participants and organizers of safaris and hunting expeditions was a chap called Bedřich Mačulka, sorry for the pronunciation there, pictured here. Not pictured here, this is probably him picturing some of the people that he took on safari, as it were. He was a wildlife expert and a hunter. His first travel to Africa in 1898 and returned repeatedly during the first half of the 20th century, even living there for several years. Starting in 1906, Mačulka teamed up with a fellow countryman and hunter, Richard Storch, an Anglo-Egyptian in Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. And they had some safari business tourism in British Kenya at the time. Now, the Náplavštěk Museum in Prague houses his photographic archives, which contains more than 3,000 photographs taken during his travels, as well as his ethnographic collections. He saw himself as a patriot who helped build the Czechoslovak museum collections through his work. While some Czech travelers viewed the expansion of the African road network and car travel as a great opportunity brought about by modern technology, others, such as Mačulka, nostalgically recalled the trips to Africa. And in fact, in his memoirs, in his autobiography entitled In Africa on the Game Trail, he laments how cars who he called the most curious creatures of African nature have ruined authentic travel into Africa. Now, I have much more material that Anna had actually written up about this character that she'd found. I'm going to try and cut through quite a bit of it. But this is another depiction from this book, this biographical account. So his lamentations are somewhat ironic, given that he himself was one of those who took advantage of the spread of motoring. While he organized hunting expeditions in Sudan for Europeans until the 1920s, he later moved to Nairobi, where he arranged car trips for wealthy Europeans, mainly Czechoslovak clients, including aristocratic families. Mačulka's statements suggest he wanted Africa to remain static, unchanging, and somewhat mysterious to Europeans, much as he did not want the lives of the inhabitants to change. He also criticized the construction of housing along roads, deeming it un-African. In places where roads run, he believed, quote, natives would never build houses in those types of landscapes. Yet with some relief, he added that there would still be places where, quote, untouched nature and sparse populations evoked images of the Stone Age, unquote. So you can see the rather pejorative language and view of indigenous people here. Now, the perception of adventure changed as cars spread across Africa. While for Mačulka, the journey to Africa by car seemed to ruin the experience, for those who considered themselves motorists, the act of driving itself was an inherent part of the adventure. In addition to the changing routes already mentioned, the adventure was seen in driving the simplest vehicle possible, in driving the vehicles in the worst possible conditions, with as few modifications and repairs as possible along the way, such as changing the tires. So you can almost see this as a pre-Formula One attitude by these early explorers. The adventure also included searching for petrol stations, rescuing cars that were stuck in the mud or the sand, looking for mechanics, or getting wrecked, breaking down in the forest or desert, and then hoping that someone would pass by soon enough to help. Cars thus became the subject of a poetic language with romanticized descriptions of their interiors and exteriors, intertwined with descriptions of the surrounding landscape. They were given all sorts of nicknames, written about in diminutive forms, or spoken about as if they were human crew members. Right, so enough from Machulka here. I think we've given him too much attention. In 1952, there's one of the images from his book that didn't survive. In 1952, the National Gallery in Prague established a collection of Oriental art, sometimes called the Collection of Non-European Art. It should be added, however, that this collection did not include works from Sub-Saharan Africa, Oceania, or from indigenous peoples of the Americas. These works were mostly not understood as art, but as ethnographic objects. As plans for the Museum of Non-European Nations failed, these so-called ethnographic objects were exhibited in the Naprostik Museum in Prague. Now, the Naprostik Museum was founded in 1873 by the Czech philanthropist, collector, and globetrotter Wojciech Naprostek. At first, the collection focused on industrial objects, but gradually it became the ethnographic museum. The first half of the 20th century, thanks to numerous donators from Czech travelers, the museum obtained various non-European objects and art pieces in such numbers that the museum began to focus exclusively on exhibiting them. Now, the communist conception, as you probably know here much more than I do, of the Naprostik naturally reflected the general principles of socialist museology, in which museums, galleries, and other cultural institutions formed an interconnected system operated by the state. Museums should focus primarily on educating society in the spirit of a Marxist-Leninist doctrine. They should have limited scientific activities. Another noticeable trend is the case of the Naprostik was the focus on short-term and touring exhibitions. This changed as the construction of permanent exhibitions began in 1970. Now, a reflection of the anti-colonial discourse of the 1950s was manifest in this exhibition called, as you see here, Cestu Hanželku a Zygmunda. The characters in question were Miroslav Zygmunt and Jiří Hanzelka, who had traveled around the world. And their first trip, starting in 1947, set off in a silver 8-cylinder Tantra 87. This was a car from an established manufactory in Czech, near Prague. Over the next 3 years, their journey across Africa and South America captured the imaginations of the public. Hanzelka and Zygmunt made several car trips as adventurers around the world. Their aim was to conquer the 5 continents under the idea that they simply entitled Project 5, or Project 5, as in conquering 5 continents. They visited 44 countries, brought back 10,000 photographs and 11 kilometers of film. One of their cars exhibited here at the National Technical Museum is the car from their first trip. Tatra automobiles retain a near legendary status in the Czech Republic, and their global reputation was reinforced not only by the Hanzelka and Zygmunt, but also by other adventurers such as Jiří Baum, who we saw previously. In the decades that followed, Tatra trucks became synonymous with endurance and toughness, particularly through their triumph of the Dakar Rally. While still on their journey, which began in 1947, Zygmunt and Hanzelka wrote almost 300 articles for various newspapers, and their radio broadcasts became the most listened to program of Czechoslovak radio between 47 and 52. Their subsequent travel books, translated into 11 languages, turned into Czechoslovak bestsellers for an entire communist period. They produced travel films about their journeys that have and remained popular for the next decades up until today. There's one that you can find, and I could have showed you a clip of. It's an hour and 30 minutes. It's available on YouTube. You just search for their names and you'll find it. And it is a documentary that, again, fits into this road trip idea. I'll skip all that bit. The exhibition documenting Zygmunt and Helsinki's journey was held at the Náprstek Museum in '51. The slide that I showed you previously was a brochure catalog for it. This is the invitation. It was organized to follow their journey and chronicle their route. A large part of the banner with the outline of Africa, in the next slide I'll show you, and South America feature in some of the photographs to how it was meant to, quote, successfully capture the Czechoslovak nationalized industry. The exhibition opened with a portrait photograph taken at the Prague Auto Club, where they received a farewell from the directors of the Auto Club and also the Tatra factory in Kopřivicné. Besides taking pictures, they documented their journey on a film camera, and this was later turned into the feature film. The narrator of the film commented that it was not just a formal farewell, saying that their 8-cylinder engine had been entrusted with a crew as a flagship model and also a good form of reputation of Czechoslovak engineering. Hanzelka and Zygmunt were, before travelers, effectively they were engineers. Maybe that's something I should have mentioned to you. We have another 1,000 words on Hanzelka and Zygmunt, which I'll cut for the sake of trying to keep the time. I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of see a Don Quixote with a poncho here on the side with the again, whether they read Sarvat or not, or that's just coincidence, we can have a discussion of. Now, of course, you will have heard of Skoda, the car, and Tantras of this also epic status. But in a Skoda driven by Karel Kundrat, who participated in the so-called Kolona pro Afriku, Convoy for Africa. So during an exhibition of his work, Kundrat drove a mass-produced Praga car through the Sahara all the way to Timbuktu. I guess I can show that one now. I think that's the map of Africa that Hanzelka and Zygmunt illustrating all the places that they went through, the trajectory, also promoting their film, and with this imagery, whether it's stereotypical or not, of African culture is present. This is the poster I'm now speaking about. So during the expedition of Kundrat, who participated in the so-called Convoy for Africa, he drove this car all the way to Timbuktu. The Convoy for Africa was a subject of a Czechoslovak documentary, which was released in '61 and depicted the Czechoslovak expedition to the newly decolonized Mali. According to the official description, the convoy helped, quote, the then young Republic of Mali open the way to the sea and to the world. This was after the French had cut Mali off of the rail connections from Bamako. To demonstrate to the people of Mali that Czechoslovak cars, quote, are suitable for operation even in the most challenging desert conditions due to their design, unquote, thereby opening up a whole new market for the automobile industry. The expedition was also intended to demonstrate that Bamako could be connected to the coast by means other than the interrupted rail tracks. The creators and organizers of the convoy were open, transparent with the Czechoslovak public about the fact that it was motivated more by money and the promotion of Czechoslovak cars than by the desire to help the newly formed country. Now, that's a more maybe pessimistic view, if you will, of this kind of relationship. I want to move on to the subject of the picture that we had to illustrate our talk, and she's a bit of the, if there's a hero to our story, I would like to think that it's Vera Stovičková, who writes this book from her journeys. It comes out, I think, in '63. You probably have worked this out, but for those of you who haven't, rok simply in Czech means year, jedna means one, so Africa year one, Africa year 1961. Work it out for yourselves after that. So she was born in 1930 and died in 2015. She was a journalist, activist, ethnographer, and translator. She worked for the Czechoslovak radio during the communist regime until '59, then became an African radio correspondent. She published 4 books from her stays there. During the invasion by the Soviets during the Warsaw Pact in '68, she, along with many other comrades, were part of the spring reforms resisting the closing of broadcasts of Western news. She was then reinstated as a Communist Party broadcaster in '69 and '70 before leaving for a short-term service at the Náprstek Museum. She then met and eventually married Erik Harold, an ethnographer, curator, and eventually director of the Naprostik. An interesting character in himself. We'll get to that later. So Vera features in a film that that you can see probably on YouTube, and if you can't, in Czech Republic they play it every month in certain independent cinemas. It's called Vilni, which, as you probably know, in Slovak speakers, it means waves, so the whole reference here to the radio waves, because she was a radio broadcaster initially. It's a documentary. It talks about the Spring Revolution and the Warsaw Pact and the invasion by the Soviets into Czechoslovakia. In the film, she's represented there on the right by an actress. Most of the characters are based on real characters who did exist, except for the blonde tall chap on the left in the beige jacket. He's a fictional character who is the Judas who betrays them. They had some suspense somehow, so they created this false character. Anyhow, her partner that she marries after she goes back to Africa and meets at the Naprostik Museum is an Africanist and Indianist. And she makes several trips again to Africa, to Guinea. But the year one in particular I wanted to go through a little bit. And I juxtapose this, of course, to Clifford and Marcus's Writing Cultures, because if you look at the image from the cover of their book, she's doing effectively, oh bother. It's a very similar pose, although this photo is taken probably in 1959, She's on this jeep, she's looking back from her informants, as it were, these military guys. Most of them, if you can see it, are looking away, except for one character in question is actually looking back at her a little bit. He's noticed her. There's this weird dynamic also to the cover. This is the inlet of the book. It's not on the cover, it's just inside. But the cover, obviously, is also these women looking back at her. There's a compliance in the gaze of her, the ethnographer, perhaps taking this photograph, which I'm assuming she's done. She's taken most of the photographs in this book, obviously, except for this promotional one of herself. And the last little irony or funny thing psychologically, if you want to notice about her history and her trajectory, is that before becoming part of her family background is that her father was a taxi driver. And so this idea of maybe posing on a jeep isn't so foreign to her. And maybe the contradictions of the Czech tech as an invasive species isn't maybe not something that she was seeing at the time. And nor should she have. I'm not suggesting that it's a reading we need to have. But the book, Africa Year One, referring to Guinea's independence in 59 and 58 and Madagascar's in 60. And so those are the two places she'd spent a lot of time with and write about in this volume. It has 150 pages, 120 pages with 120 images. So there's a lot of images. She's obviously a photojournalist in a sense, after a radio broadcaster. I have this whole analysis, and I don't have the time to go through. These are just some of the images, and these are the ones. There's only the one with the car on the front with her, the promotional one of her as an author, and there's a couple with cars and cityscapes. But maybe the one on the top is the one I found most interesting in terms of the evocation of a caravan formerly making way for this kind of road in the desert, which isn't even a road. It's some kind of facility for this new age and this new peeping into the future. What does that entail in this case? And then, of course, the hotel by the side of the road. And those are the captions. I'll skim through all that because I have a lot to get through, and I only have about 10 minutes if my timing is right. Now, I have one more case study, which I'd like to get to, two more case studies, so cut me off if I'm going over time. Good thing is I have no conclusions, so we'll make it. This is František Alexander Elsner, who was an explorer who wrote a number of travel books. At a young age, he was a passionate scout who developed an enthusiasm for motorbikes and cars, helping to found the Aero car club in Czechoslovakia. He became a journalist and writer, executing trips around Europe, mainly the Balkans. In the early 30s, by mid-30s, he then planned something much more complex. It was a team voyage from Europe to North Africa. So by 35, he had kind of tackled the Black Sea via Romania, the Ukraine, and the following year, he turns his attention to Argentina and Latin America. Now, over a decade later, Over a decade later, in 1947, he does his famous cross-Sahara journey from his trip across what is also known as the sea desert, buffered by the Sahel Desert's liminal shoreline. And we have this illustration from that right there on your left. The top half depicts a map of Eurasia and Africa with a journey from Prague to West Africa traced out. There's a large cruise liner boat in the ocean on the left and a small white Volkswagen-esque Beetle in the foreground. It's prepped for long-distance travel with a set of luggage strapped to the roof. The car has left a cityscape with an urban skyline. It drives towards a small sculpture fetish or trophy, perhaps with an African flag woven into the top. Behind it, a large spectral African mask floats in the background, the vehicle looming under some darkened Conrad-esque shadow. The promotion to his book is the car there that you then see on the right. Now, fast forward from that in the 30s to an expedition in the 60s, which was very much more pop culture, as it were. This is a Lambarane expedition, which served to bring medicine to the Albert Schweitzer Hospital in Gabon. Leaving from the Czech capital on January 1st, 1968, the team was back 257 days later. The vehicle used was a Tantra 138 truck. It is now held in the Krstović Tatra Museum, the old factory in the Moravian Silesian region of the Czech Republic. The team members are here pictured and also feature in this here with their names. The leader or the organizer was Peter Bartonek here, and the filmmaker Jiří Stor and cameraman. And here we have Peter Barta, who is features in another couple of images I have. So these team members had all sorts of different roles. So the leader was also a medical doctor, one was a psychologist, there was a navigator and a mechanic, there was an interpreter, there was a chief driver and mechanic, there was a cook, there was the photographer and cameraman Jiří Stor, who features maybe more interestingly. And then we have Peter Barta, who later with Stor do a lot of repeated visits to Africa. And that's the images I'll show you here. That's the truck in the museum. These are two of our crew members many years later. There seems to be something quite sensationalistic and even cinematographic here as elements of the whole project, from the start in 1968 all the way through to this material promoting that past trip in the 80s and 90s. You can almost see evocations maybe of the Beatles in the 1960s band fanfare, or maybe even the more serious ciné-réalité or ciné-vérité style of Jean Rouch here. The image of the side of the truck at the Nakladnish Automobile Museum shows a whole map of Africa with certain text along the side. It has the same metallic silver as the Tatra from the former voyage of Hanzelka and Zygmunt. The hybrid design is clearly revealing an adaptability and durability for off-road driving, as well as carrying equipment, materials, supplies. It's a hyper-technological caravan, a cross between a lorry, a mobile home, and a military truck. Well, that's my reading. You probably can see it also as a medical truck. Now, I was going to talk to you about the character, but I'll finish with a last, just a interesting one. Leave it for you. This is my last case study and pretty much my conclusion, as it were. And if I have a couple of minutes, then bear with me. This is from a film that was released last year in 2024. It's called Dahomey. It's made by Film Europe and Fantasy, which I think is a Czech film production company, and Film Europe, obviously, a French. So it's a French-Czech collaboration. It's a documentary fiction. It deals with the Benin sculptures being returned after nearly 130 years since they were pillaged and stolen by French colonists in 1897. So effectively what's happening, this was filmed during COVID, and it's set at the beginning in Paris, and especially the Musée du Quai Branly. And then we follow the characters, and the characters are two bronze Benin sculptures being returned to the former capital of Dahomey. And these characters are speaking when the lights go off. So at the beginning of the film, there's scenes of the Seine, and you have these lighting up Eiffel Towers, kitsch stuff sold for tourists. And then we walk into the museum during daytime, and we have people staring at these objects behind glass, and they're still, they're not doing anything. And then the lights go off in the museum, and then there's this eerie, sinister thing where you don't understand what's happening. And the voices in their original language is that they're talking to themselves, and it's translated into Czech. Some bits are in French when it's with curators, but the eeriness is that you start hearing that they're anticipating that they're going somewhere, and they don't know where, but they're hoping it's going to be anywhere better than where they've been for the last century, almost and a half, you know. So it's quite powerful. The reason I've focused on this is simply as, you know, this fixation on cars. But I think if you're familiar with Susan Vogel's work, the American curator who had an exhibition in the 80s that gets picked up by Alfred Gell in the 90s called Vogel's Net, Traps as Artworks and Artworks as Traps. I felt when I'd seen this for the first time that the artwork, the trap, had trapped these Benin spirits that were on their journey home. So I'll just talk you through a bit of what my reading is. So this is minute 14, 15 seconds. An airport loading truck, forklifts escort the rope box into the runway and into an airplane. The scene reminds you perhaps of Vogel's Net. There are people here, trapped and protected, sleeping, awaiting their return home. Given West Africa's and Benin's complex history, some people have argued that perhaps they wouldn't be in such good condition had they not been trapped in Europe. Very debatable and contestable, of course. But during this COVID era, they are being returned, with human agents processing the ritual. Photographers, journalists, and curators, ironically themselves wearing masks because it's COVID. The film fictionalizes the voices of these ancestral spirits. By minute 26:25, and I didn't do screenshots for the whole thing, so you just have to watch it yourselves, we are arriving in the museum. Again, boxes are carried by forklift. These are by a Komatsu 40 founded in the Japanese city of that name, a company that makes these kind of trucks. In 1921 they were founded. They're escorted up some steps and then taken to be opened. By minute 35 we have important people, diplomats, royalty. Perhaps we're in the presidential palace. A red carpet, avenues lined with posh cars and limos. And yes, by that moment in this film we're in Africa. By minute 40 we have scenes of a conference with a selection of speeches by various attendees. Minute 54, 50, up to 55, there's an interval. Everyday scenes of Dahomey people in cars, traffic, couples on motorbikes and scooters, with a broadcast on the radio of a speech that sounds as if it was part of the radio broadcast on megaphones of the backgrounds of the streets. And the background material is probably from the conference that we were just attending in the film. So it's being broadcast to the public in Benin. By 1 hour 46, towards the end of the film, we have an interlude, scenes with everyday life traffic. This time it's night. Trucks and lorries, motorbikes, scenes before of the Atlantic and a lighthouse. So we are at a port. Obviously, you know Benin's geography, right? The statues are speaking because it's night again. The lights have closed. They talk of civilization of the world, yet there are scenes of people pushing shopping trolleys of all their valuables, people sleeping rough, streets cleanings, rubbish collecting, as well as large trucks, a billboard advertising luxury products. It's all very multi-culti. A red-haired, braided woman in robes runs across a busy street. A bus nearly runs her over. On the side of it we read, "Bienvenue chez vous," which translates as "welcome to yours" or "welcome home." The music is slightly melancholic. People eat, watch their phones, discuss animately. One sculpture says, "26 ne existuje," a translation which you understand as 26 does not exist. What are they referring to? 1926 or the 26th of September 2025? I was here yesterday, it existed. The film ends with a woman with pink hair sleeping in a cinema. She awakens as if from a dream. She was perhaps hearing the voices of those art sculptures, those deities, a shark king and a warrior, as they were speaking to themselves and hoping that the world would hear their story again. That's Vogel's net, for those of you who know it or don't. It's a trap in itself as an article. I've been told, or I've heard people think that this theorization of art as traps and traps works as art is unethical. It's completely counter the indigenous ways of viewing what certain objects can inherently embody. I prefer to have a discussion, and it's pretty much 45 minutes on my watch, so I'll leave it there. I don't have any grand conclusions, and the point is to try and, as I said, gather feedback. So děkuji, dziękuję for your attention. And
Questions?
If it is okay, in the spirit of how you started, maybe to continue the conversation, if that is okay with you, Patrick. So basically, when you started with this cartoonish attire, jumping around, I thought that you would connect this idea with the extractivism that actually caused the genocide that His Excellency was talking yesterday about. And then this was like my first thought, and then the second one was about tires, and then the first extraction of raw materials from African countries, and then motor tires, car tires, which were sold to African countries. And then I remember actually one conversation, sorry, I cannot really remember in which conversation that was, it is from the 80s, when Zdravko Peter, the founder of this museum, is talking to someone, they say, like, you socialist countries are the same as Western countries. All you want to is sell tires to us. And then the next thing that I had in mind was actually something that Nemanja Radonjic knows more about than I do, but it's an expedition, Kragujevac Kilimanjaro from the 1975, which was actually used as a kind of, it was an adventure, quote unquote, and then it was also kind of a commercial expedition from one of the biggest car producers, maybe the only car producer at the time in Kragujevac in Yugoslavia, in Serbia. And the expedition was actually gathered around, 10 or more people, young people, who were going on this way. But then the idea that you have about motor vehicles, or this chak-tak, as you said, is also contrasted within this travelogue with this idea of technology kind of conquering the wilderness, quote unquote. So there is also this, besides the travelogue, there is also the trope of wilderness, which is really kind of very, very, very meaningful. So these, I just throw things at you at this point, sorry, but I just wanted if you can kind of also elaborate on this, maybe just continue the elaboration. And thank you very much for your presentation.
So thanks for your question, and it's very important, and I did say that I'm hoping I wasn't being too flippant. I'll answer you more with the contemporary stuff. So there are images, oh no, I don't have it, it didn't save. There are images throughout Brno, throughout former communist socialist areas of this has done, this kind of industry has done a lot of damage abroad, as we saw in the film last night about the termites and as you say, the mining for the minerals or the rubber plantations. It's done that damage abroad, and it's also actually then done that damage back in Europe. So I wanted to try and get that across without going down the completely sad and pessimistic journey, as it were. And the reasoning is because there is also a discourse, I think, even within Africa. And I have to come clean here. I've never even been to Africa, so I'm a complete imposter at this. Anna would answer this in a different way because she is knowledgeable about that part of the world. But at least when we were toying with how we would write something together, there are also album covers of African bands posing in front of their vehicles. They're sort of vehicles that are used as weapons of emancipation, as it were. Now, not necessarily the kind of just having to buy up all the things that go with it, but the idea that at least there's a sense of perhaps for some people those vehicles have brought freedom. And I still don't know how to answer that kind of, because I'm with you that I think if we look in the big world discourse, then this is simply another. Well, you know, Max and your colleague at the exhibition here, when you go down to the far left corner, you see these tires being, there's a little advert of it, and then there's also a Skoda car. And you think, well, at least you're putting it there for people to make their own decision as to whether this was part of some kind of global capitalism, and then therefore we're all stuck in it now. How do we get out of it? What's the future? Peeping into the future. So I think you've answered your question better than I can, because you know more about the history here, and I don't. You know, I'm an imposter both in the fact that I'm not from the Czech Republic, and I'm making a claim to be critical about the Czech car industry, and I'm also trying to understand this artifact, this art object, if you want, and I don't like to call cars art objects in any stretch of the imagination, but a lot of people do. And since that Bata film, you know, there is this sense of the people go on about the beautiful design, and all the people that work in that industry do put a lot of effort and time, and some of them consider themselves artists. Now, I'd rather not engage in that. I'd rather engage with the work that Elizabeth was showing us. Is by, so there you go.
I wonder if in referring to this journey of 1931 from Alexandria to Kapstadt, if I remember well, and there was another expedition from 1930, started in 1930, finished 1931, the famous expedition of Goyol from Dakar to Djibouti. And do you have any impression of the, I don't know, common ideas behind both of these expeditions? And the Goyol's expedition, it also started with a car, and they had to abandon it, and then they used different like means of transportations, including trains, horses, camels, and so on, so on, so on. Thank you.
Yes. I mean, I don't know, I want to do name and shame and not name and advertise, you know. I'm not big on advertisements and promotion, but the car in question that Liris and Griol use is a Ford, and you put that into the context of America and the Ford Corporation being quite anti-Semitic and blah, 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 and they abandon it, so I think that's great that they did. But you know, I picked up that book by Liris not that long ago, last year, and I stumbled on the picture that they take. Just there's one photo in a 600-page book of this car. There's no one around it. They're not posing in front of it. They're not doing this. You know, they're not proud. They just have that car there, and it's almost maybe a reflection on whether it's shame or it's also saying, well, this is what it is, you know, and it's just documenting. It is, yeah, exactly. It's mentioned a lot, but there's only maybe one or two images of it. You're right. In fact, this is where the object has a sort of Jellian agency that we often, they use the car as this vehicle to get from place to place, and it helps them survive, and it makes the journey quicker. So they do give it, I don't know if they gave it a name, I doubt it, but Jell gave his car a name, by the way. But yeah, there is this fetishization of the car, and for better or for worse. And I think it's good that people are at least aware of it and reflexive and not trying to hide it. But how do we then remain also critical of car culture or the excess of the exploitation that goes, the industry behind the industry? And I think that's where I'm at, but I've been obsessed with car culture for too long. I'm trying to move on now. I'm more interested in art history. So again, I think Anna would have a better understanding of the critique there. And yet, you know, yeah, that's why I mentioned, you know, Jean Rouch dies en route to a film festival, you know. Go figure. It's just the weird ironies of, yeah, I can't really answer you much more than that.
You should move on to
we should move on, yeah.
No, I meant you should move on to bicycles, it's safer.
I think so, yeah, I agree.
No, it is a bicycle, yeah, but thank you.
Okay, right, thanks.
Okay, hello now to everybody. I'm going to slightly move away from these socialist to African connections and very interesting relations, because I'm going to go mostly to the United States and the questions that I think we just superficially touched yesterday, and it's the question of racism that came out of colonialism and oppression or imperialism. And I choose for the main photo to be this one, made by me, unfortunately or fortunately, which is made in Colonial Williamsburg in the United States, the biggest open-air or living history museum in the world. And this guy you see in the middle, the only white guy, is the actor who plays Thomas Jefferson, the third American president ever in history, so one of the founding fathers of the... And the image is made in 2017, and at first it looked very promotional, and it's like a commercial for Nivea or, you know, some cosmetic industry. But then when I turned back from United States in 2018, to late 2017, it started to look more and more sinister. And this move from very, let's say, positive to the negative aspects of this is the basics of today's presentation. Eternal Sunshine of the Wicked Mind is actually the title given to the way we are all influenced by the way that Thomas Jefferson put the thing, the race and the colonial way of thinking into all of us, and how it is developed through different museum programs and popular culture. Also, the term colonial here means something completely different than we heard yesterday. So the Colonial Williamsburg is the way, or the very short period in time of, let's call United States history, where the colonies were actually the basic part or the integral part before United States became an independent country out of United Kingdom. And so the image looks nice at the beginning, but I'll go through some very shift from institutional perspective to some personal, let's call it like that, even my personal thoughts about that, and then the image that is not in this hue or saturation, I made it like that to look a little bit, as I said, sinister, and then you will probably realize the reason. So my first, let's say, emotional connection to that was a year before. So in 2016, there was a conference in Baton Rouge and New Orleans where I participated. And all of a sudden, in one moment, you know, that moment of revelation, I realized that I am among 199 white people on the conference that had 200 people. So only one person was black. And all the services and everything, like the orchestra, the waitresses, and everybody else was black in the service of the white people. And the museum in Louisiana State University, Rural Life Museum, the other museum of the living history concept of the museum, all was represented, besides the architecture and the buildings where the enslaved people were in, was those figures attributed to Francisco Vargas, or how the people lived in the south of United States in the 18th century. So that emotional state of changing started happening a year before the period that I'm going to talk about, especially having in mind, probably somebody recognized this iconic TV show, maybe the older people does. So this was the hero of my childhood in a way. So it's it's produced in 1977, and Yugoslavia was emitted during early 80s, maybe in the late 70s as well, but I watched it in early 80s. And the main character, Kunta Kinte, was one that everybody identified with. So in a way, that was a kind of first impression of fight for liberty or freedom, or, you know, somebody is fighting against oppression. So in a way, that was the character, also promoted in former Yugoslavia as the person or very young man who is fighting for his own liberty and the liberty of his own people. By the way, this is one of the most watched television shows in history of television. So if somebody doesn't know, I didn't know it as well. Anyway, it was my personal childhood connection to what is going to follow here. This is 2017, and back to the Colonial Williamsburg. I'll probably got some few steps away and then turn back to Colonial Williamsburg. And I was on the research. It was called Museum of Boundaries, nothing connected to the race. I didn't have it in my mind as a kind of a concept that I should research. I felt no entitled to research something like that, and I never did officially in that. So this is kind of a margin of all my researches. And I put it in a video that we are going to watch. Don't judge me too harsh about this video because it's completely my authorship, let's call it like that, made 10 years ago, but it is more like a memory of how we see Colonial Williamsburg. It was important for me because Colonial Williamsburg is one of the rare museums in the world that crossed, let's say like that, the Rubicon of performative interpretations. So everything that is going on in the Colonial Williamsburg, apart from the buildings from the late 18th century, etc., are theatrical performances. So you can see hundreds of different performances from role plays, one person, two persons, complete theater, etc. So whatever you experience as a heritage in Colonial Williamsburg, that's why Living History Museum, is actually a performative, is actually a performance. So, as I said, how should I turn back to the... It's just a 2.5 minutes. Okay, I found it. Thanks. And the tone. So at the end you hear that Serbia and laughing. Laughing is about one of the interpreters said, can you imagine he was imprisoned just because of the political speech? And I said, I know, I'm from Serbia, you know. And then we started to laugh about that. She didn't know how to react because they never get out of the role. So it's the basic principle. And you see many people actually here that the video, which is awful, I know, is actually my memory about the museum. So it's people after people after people after people. So the persons who are actually interpreting the heritage in a very different ways. So I'm just turning back, slideshow from current slide. Okay. The person who is popping up the most here in Colonial Williamsburg is this guy that you saw on the image, and it's the character or the performance of Thomas Jefferson. And you can see it's a very frustrating and schizophrenic situation because there are two of them, one young and one older, which is a very important thing because the young Thomas Jefferson is completely different than the older one, as we all are in a way, but this difference is very significant for the future of the world and how we observe the things, especially from this perspective to the historical one. Of course, I'm not going to read their names, the names of the performance, etc. Not so important now, in order to save some time. For the Polish guests and friends, probably they know the left one. Maybe we shall come to that. But anyway, we now can see Thomas Jefferson as a symbol everywhere. If you got a $2 bill, you can see it. Memorial is there. Different things are celebrating today on Memorial. The left side image for the Polish people is it's written, a philosopher, a patriot, and a friend, designed by his friend, in French down there, Tadeusz Kościuszko. So we are going to go and mention Tadeusz Kościuszko. So the idea here is not to speak about Thomas Jefferson and his idea, a little bit it's going to be, but mostly how the other people see him and how other people actually provoked our memory about Thomas Jefferson and his contemporary values. So the photograph on the left you probably see in the video very quickly gone by. The only laundry should be divided by color, was the transparent on the demonstrations or some kind of a memorial to the 1963 I Have a Dream speech of Martin Luther King happening in Colonial Williamsburg. And one of the speakers was Stephen Seals, the guy who wrote the text, which I completely forgot, 2 years before for the one yearbook that I edited in the museum that I worked for. So I completely forgot about text. When I saw him on the stage, I remember, oh my God, this guy wrote the text for the yearbook that I was editing and initiated. And the title of that yearbook was, from 2050, Unheard Voices. And he was speaking, or writing actually, he was writing about the way the Colonial Williamsburg interpret the Black history and his own personal memories. So this is, I'm going to read this anyway, if it's maybe visible, maybe not. But these are the quotes that are giving the color to all the presentation that I'm going to give. Not just the color, but the atmosphere and the perspective, how I observe things. So the first, why his text was in the yearbook as the first text, was his observation about the museum and how museums should treat those questions that I mentioned before. And he said, but make no mistake, anytime someone dismisses the story of the slave as not their story, or having nothing to do with their family's history, or we are so far removed from this, why are we being made to feel responsible for it? Those are all the outward signs of those inward thoughts. In museums, we need to be aware of these thoughts. Furthermore, we have to be able to know how to combat that way of thinking. And hardest of all, we have to be able to combat that way of thinking in a way that makes our guests feel welcome, that makes those individuals feel comfortable admitting those thoughts, talking about those thoughts, and hopefully, in the end, questioning those thoughts. We are not here to tell them what to think, but to contextualize, to move them towards provocation. He was relying on something very important that was still an interpretative theory, blah, 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 not so important now. But then the part that I missed in his yearbook, in his text from 2015 and recalled in 2017 in Colonial Williamsburg, was the second part, which was very intimate and personal. And he said, allow me to place a question before you. What is more powerful, a memory of logic, which is usually used by museums, or a memory of emotion? And then his text continues. I do remember, however, my feelings on hearing about slavery for the first time in school. It was in the first grade. My first grade teacher, Mrs. Owens, who happens to be African American, told us about people who worked the land and served on plantations against their will. She also told us that the Civil War was fought in order to free those slaves. I'll skip that part, even though it's important. And that when the North won, everyone was free. That's a simple way to put it, but I understand. We were first graders after all. But even then, I knew, at 6 years old, that she wasn't telling us enough. Were we all truly free? Just a year earlier, so at his age of 5, on the playground, my classmate, and he calls him by his name, which is for me very important, Chasebox, had called me the N-word during an argument. And yes, to this day, I still remember how that moment made me feel. And then the last quote that I'm going to read is the most important, that actually the response, how he felt. It made me feel shame. I didn't even truly know what the word meant, but I still felt shamed by it. To know that those slaves were black, like me, and had been kept in depredation for so long made my young self feel ashamed by my history. After a while, I got tired of feeling bad about it and just shut down. I didn't want to know about colonial history or Civil War history. It was too painful. I was a black man, ashamed of his own history. So what did that say about me? If our history helps us to know who we are, then what did I think of myself? Every day of my life, now he concludes with his passion to his work and his approach to the work, every day of my life, I come to work with the thought of never wanting another young black person to feel that way about history. It needs a moment to digest this. But anyway, we need some context about Thomas Jefferson to understand those words and personal perspectives, because there are several perspectives that were also the warning signs about interpreting the third American president. So this is the Polish movie about Thomas Jefferson and Tadeusz Kościuszko. And two black persons that you see on those portraits are actually the friends of Tadeusz Kościuszko, who was a friend with Thomas Jefferson. And we'll come to that. Their relation was more profound than just being a friend. So the guy on the left is Domingo, a servant of Tadeusz Kościuszko for his whole life. And on the other side, on the right, your right side, is Agrippa Hall, by a known painter, a free-born black man from the North colonies, let's say like that, who participated with Jefferson and Tadeusz Kościuszko in the war against British Empire. So they became friends, and in one moment when at the West Point the statue of Tadeusz Kościuszko was erected, he came a long way to see the opening of that statue because he believed in the loyalty to the friendship. That same Tadeusz Kościuszko left the will to Thomas Jefferson. He said, I beg Mr. Jefferson that in case I should die without will or testament, he should buy out of my money, of his money that he earned in the United States and the property that he had in the United States, because he was a very prominent figure in the United States war for the independence. To buy out of my money so many, the N-word again, and free them, that the restart sum should be sufficient to give them education. What we are missing here, that Thomas Jefferson, at the moment he was the author of Declaration of Independence, was a slave owner of one of the biggest slave owners in America. one of the biggest. And it was a paradoxical that the person who wrote All Men Are Equal actually was paying too much attention to the, let's call it, industry of slave ship. And the problematic thing is that Thomas Jefferson never fulfilled the will of Tadeusz Kościuszko. He was on court for 3 times, and the last time he went on court, he said, I'm too old to deal with it, blah, 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 blah. And the will was never fulfilled. Breaking the loyalty between 2 friends, American and the Polish. Not want to compare to Agrippa Hall now. His state was Monticello, and Monticello now is historical site. You can find the image of Monticello on the 5 cents nickel. So Thomas Jefferson and his slave ownership is on all money, obviously, in the United States. And he wrote a book. So it happened that a French diplomat, yesterday we were warned not to believe to the diplomats and politicians, and obviously it was the right thing to do. So Thomas Jefferson, as diplomat and politician and president, wrote the book about his estate, Monticello, comparing, on the quest of the French diplomat, responding about Monticello and United States colonies, blah, 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 and geology, biology, geography, etc. But he also mentioned in his notes how the people live in his Monticello estate. And I don't want to say by my own words, there is a Neil deGrasse Tyson, probably you know that celebrity, scientist, all of them, because he comments on Thomas Jefferson's words. It's only a 50 seconds video.
1785, speaking of the Negroes, comparing them by their faculties of memory, reason, and imagination, it appears to me that in memory, they are equal to the whites. In reason, much inferior, as I think one could scarcely be found capable of tracing and comprehending the investigations of Euclid. And in imagination, they are dull, tasteless, and anomalous.
What is Euclid?
Euclid invented geometry. Okay, Euclidean geometry is ancient Greece. And his books still exist to this day. So he's saying the black slaves don't know Euclid, can't figure out Euclid.
Well, they haven't been educated.
Well, regardless, how many white farmers in 1785 USA
also
knew Euclid?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how many of you know Euclid? and what he did, actually, I think nobody. We probably use intuitively his geometry. But never mind, you got a point. That was in notes. And that was, I don't want to make any characteristics of Thomas Jefferson anymore, because what is the problematic as well is that we didn't have to wait for Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Thomas Jefferson received a response immediately after he published his notes from Benjamin Banneker, the amateur mathematician and astronomer and publisher who made several almanacs, and he responded to Thomas Jefferson, proving that he knows Euclid and he knows so many things about mathematician and everything else, but Thomas Jefferson, let's say it like that, kept silent in his response. He changed a lot of things in his notes, but he never changed any remarks about the race. So that's why eternal sunshine of the wicked mind, because still we are influenced by those remarks. And I'm going to go through this. I don't need to explain this, we saw it yesterday. So we can have the other perspective if we want to know something. Oh, sorry. In 2020, his sculpture was taken off from Charlottesville, where the big protests were, became violent in one moment, in the University of Virginia, speaking of the big movement, Black Lives Matter. But if you pay attention, Black Lives Matter, it's a movement. Maybe you see on the shirt, only laundry should be divided by color. On the shirt there is in 2017. So Black Lives Matter even though if it is made as a propaganda in 2020, is the movement from 2014, actually. And yeah, sorry. So let's go back to the programs and personal relations to Thomas Jefferson from the museum programs. So this is back to Colonial Williamsburg. They started a Black Month programs in 1994, and the first program was called the Auction. And it was the reenactment of selling, or the auction of the 4 enslaved people, among whom was a pregnant woman. And it was very visited program, as you can see in the image in the middle. But the people obviously confused slavery with racism, and the transparent was "Say no to racist show," because they thought, in a way, some of them thought that the program is racist because it's promoting the racism through the auction reenactment. And the image on the right is actually how it really looked like, even though it's made only for the photo shooting some 20 years after. So that's how it started at Colonial Williamsburg. I'll mention 3 programs that are not so good, even though they belong to the reviving the history of 52% of the Virginia inhabitants, because 52% of the Virginia in the late 18th, beginning of the 19th century were enslaved people. So this is Agi in the programs called Nation Builders, and it's very interesting. Monodrama is going on, and she was a lover of the white master. We are going to see the parallel just in few minutes. But the performance is in a way pathetic, and even though it's interesting perspective, so it's in a way flat. So it's not doing a kind of the character is not so developed. This is also a very interesting program, The Perfect Adornment. It's a site-specific, and you have to move after the characters, 2 white ladies and 2 black enslaved women who are in different relations. And one of the black women believes she is a good friend to the lady master, but she got betrayed because of the necklace. Not to go deeper in the plot, but also it's too choreographed and doesn't work any big favor, even though as an educational program, as a typical museum institutionalized program, it's okay, it fulfills all the checks. The Secrets of the Midwives also introduced some African rituals and customs, which is really good because they were transferred into the colonial America because the black women were mostly the midwives, so the women who assisted in giving the birth both to the black and to the white women. But the characters are polished again, so it's a flat narration. But this one is something completely different, and again refers to Thomas Jefferson, because Thomas Jefferson was born, or I should put the perspective to the different. Jupiter, that I'm speaking about, was an enslaved person by Thomas Jefferson, the first servant of Thomas Jefferson. They were born in the same year, 1743. They were friends, they played together. They experienced the loss of the children together. They married almost in the same time. And this is the actor who performed Jupiter, both in Monticello and Colonial Williamsburg. But the story is told from the Jupiter's perspective. So Thomas Jefferson is supporting role here in this prospect. And it's how Jupiter feels about the Declaration of Independence. It's how he feels about all men are created equal. Or how should I say it, very dramatical and very important moment is when he reveals that he realized that he is the property of Thomas Jefferson. And it's a kind of emotional touch in the moment, because all his friendship, idea of friendship, of going through things together, change in one moment, and the audience start to observe the things and the theatrical play in a completely different way. This is the moment of realizing that. You can find it on YouTube. It was set up in 2017, played up to 2020, up to COVID, and then moved. But now it's more in the form of questions and answers. Then the other thing about Thomas Jefferson, or the persons who are very important to Thomas Jefferson, was revealed in 2020. Maybe somebody know about this. It was Oprah Winfrey's show where all of a sudden we find out that Thomas Jefferson's got a black descendants. And then there is, as Oprah Winfrey said, a 200-year-old sex scandal. And, but it wasn't quite new, because at the late 19th century we got a novel, let's say novel, called Clotel, which is written by the black author. And it's obvious, even though the name is changed, it's obvious that the story goes around Jefferson's daughter, black daughter. And it was written, it was as a base of the movie that you probably haven't seen, Jefferson in Paris, because it was too bad, as a critic said. What it is about, revolution, history, slavery, romance, nobody knows what the film is about, but just keep going, even though the crew was promising. But then before the film, we got many books that are dealing with the same topic. But until it's up to the moment, or when it was in the domain of fiction, or the domain of art, or the domain of producing the values, it was okay. But what changed when Oprah Winfrey came out with a show, that the DNA test proved that at least several tens of people, so dozens of people, are descendants of Thomas Jefferson. What was the point? The Monticello you saw has institutionalized graveyard where only the white descendants are buried. And then it was a question, would the graveyard would be open for the black descendants? And that was their first meeting, and the foundation of Monticello opened the graveyard for the funerals of those families, of members of the families as well. But how we know that? Who is the woman who gave the birth to those children? She must be living at the same time, that's obvious, as Thomas Jefferson, but why nobody speaks about her? And you see it here, romanticized, of course. It's a Sally Hemings. Too much controversy about it. She was a half-sister of his late wife, Martha, with whom he also had 3 or 4 children, I don't know. So it was a half-sister. She was an enslaved person, even though she was almost white. The color is not so important for the enslavement in that terms. So Sally Hemings, there is no written evidence about her at all. Nobody spoke about her in Jefferson's time and even after. And then after the oral history and the narration of the descendants, it came obvious that something happened. And this is one of the descendants during one of the exhibitions not in the memorial, but in the Museum of African Art on the Washington Mall in the United States, where remembering those enslaved at Monticello, which were more than 250 people, he said, why not make it a true freedom center, since they want to give credit to Jefferson for writing those words, all men are created equal. Leave the words on the wall, maybe remove the statue from the memorial, maybe surround his statue with other people that are the symbols of freedom. And the best, let's turn back to Colonial Williamsburg, the best program, let's say it like that, belongs to the form that we call devised theater, which is called devised theater. And somebody yesterday said it nicely, what about our values today? If we speak about history, it's a kind of safe space. So we speak about history 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Then we got the thoughts that Stephen Seals, that I read, the thoughts of the Stephen Seals. This play is, 6 people are in costumes. They play some typical historical, running away from plantation, drama that is going on. But then on the right image, you see they go out of the characters and they become themselves as performers. So they speak about the problems they had in production of the show. They speak about their own prejudice when they need to talk about the past, when they need to talk about the contemporary issues, when they need to talk about racism in Virginia today, which is not only the case in Virginia, we all know that. It's the problem everywhere. So they came out from the roles, they become themselves. It's a little bit choreographed, but never mind. They speak about how they felt producing that TV show. And those were the moments when the audience reacted the best. And you probably see some of the images. So people, after the Q&As, which is almost happening almost after each show, they're coming and they got that relief of speaking their thoughts aloud, which is very important. And now I'm going to finish this with my personal anecdote, which I don't know what I feel. I know how I feel, but I don't know what to think about it. That's why I'm sharing it. And so this is very ordinary photo from this is the place in Greece where I spent summers. And so this is to introduce you with my family. This is my older son. Beyond him is the guy in the glasses, Panayoti, the Greek guy. Then my younger son, me, my wife. Then the blonde woman is Eleni. She's Panayoti's wife. And then at the far left, Maria, who is she's a linguist and she works in the University of Athens. And she translates between us because Panayoti and Eleni don't speak English, they don't speak Serbian, we don't speak Greek, nobody speaks common language, so Maria is there to translate between us. It's a hard job to translate between us because we all speak at the same time. What is the context? In my house, in my house, there are 2 apartments. We are occupying one during the summer, but the next one was rented to the family from Paris. Of course, they were black. Not mean, of course, for this story, it's of course they were black. Beautiful family, mother, father, 2 children, son and a daughter, very contemporary looking, you know. And in one moment, during some day, I heard the son is trying to speak with Panayoti. French doesn't work at all. And I got on my terrace and I asked the guy, is there something he needs, the son? Panayoti was completely confused, lost, you know. And the guy turned around and he said, I need a knife for the watermelon. I said, okay, I got a knife, I'll give you one. So I gave him a knife, he turned the knife after that. We saw the family 2 or 3 times more. They left after several days. Oops. Blah, blah, sorry for gesticulation, but this is obviously hitting me in a way. And 2 or 3 days after they left, we went to Panayoti for his name day on dinner. This is that dinner. And in one moment we were speaking, Maria, a linguist, she was translating, blah, blah, blah. And in one moment, Panayoti said something that was, we all speak Greek a little bit because we use Greek words every time. And I understood anthropi, karpouzi, of course, it's a watermelon, and kinesi. And I was like, why kinesi in those? But maybe I heard that some Greek word I didn't understand, but then Maria, linguist, she said, she was a little bit confused, but she said, I'll translate what Panayoti said. He asked if those people who wanted a knife of watermelon were Chinese. And my face was like, and then Maria said, but no, don't worry, I explained to them that they are not Chinese, they are from Algeria. So I was completely blocked, and I said, and then I realized it was 2023, so 6-7 years after Colonial Williamsburg, and I said, my God, why did I spend so many years, being in those contexts, thinking about race, thinking about injustice, oppression, or whatever, and then you get a guy who have no idea. Maybe that state of complete ignorance, so kind of a proto-state is the solution to that. You got confused about every word, about what is colonial, what is slavery, what is race, who is of what race, and then we are overthinking all of that, and then the solution is over there about by the way, I forgot to tell, Panayoti and Eleni didn't finish the elementary school. They are in agriculture. They never received a tourist. They received in their own house, so they are not renting. So it's a completely, way of thinking that struck me, in a way, is this really possible? And then, what is beautiful, one of his grandsons came at a few days after, and he was learning the Greek song that I never heard, and he said, don't look at the colors of the people's face, just look at their eyes and their smiles. I thought, my God, we should all move to there and just listen to Panayoti and forget about all those things we know. But we know that is the problem. And it's the question, should we speak or should we keep silent about that? My choice is, of course, obvious to everybody. But I thought this is a very interesting situation and position. And with that, I'm going to conclude with this and leave you for the break. That's all of me. Thanks.
Questions?
Please don't, it's a break.
It's break time. No, but sorry, I just wanted to ask you a very short question. Because
yes.
if this American... No, actually you can answer shortly if you can.
Okay.
Just this American experience of the, reenactment in general, your impression, how effective it is. I mean, you did say it's like some of the stories are not. But like your impression as... when you were in that museum and the theatrics of it, because it's quite uncanny if you're not used to it. It is a cultural thing, and I understand it as the American way of...
It is American way, but I thought of that. It's a kind of artistic production. So you can stand in front of the sculpture, you can see art, and you can have the same impression. We also get theatrical performances all around, but the question is what we are using them for. In Serbia, all theatrical, we got a PhDs done of that, etc. But all of them are done for, empowering the stereotypical and, how should I say, national perspective. And this is a really good form to speak about Roma people, to speak LGBT, to speak about everything, because it's ephemeral, it got effect, and then you can, go home and think about it. And if some authorities are against that, you can say it's over now, it's for now, and then you can repeat it tomorrow. So for that risk management in the museum operation is good. And also, my experience is that the people are reacting more to art production, theater, so those ephemeral situations that require audience, not just public, sitting and, but some kind of a reaction, are much more powerful, regardless of do we understand them or not. So we don't have to use theatrical performances, but what you have been doing here in the museum, combining contemporary art, it's very powerful. With, the artifacts that you had, you can provoke people to think about different things. Or, somebody can speak about something about, you got performances in art, so it could be used as well, artistic performances. So, you see Marina Abramovic, you can't stay, nothing is going on, so you have to react to that. It's the instinct of the people to react, and people should be emotionally challenged anyway, which means bravery of the institution to be a little bit more provocative than they usually are.
Yes, and it is very provocative because one of the things you said that they don't leave character, my experience of it. And I found it very, I don't enjoy it at all. That's why I'm asking about it. But you have answered my question.
The best that I saw is when they are leaving the character, when they show their own personality as a performance. So not leaving the character is a old-fashioned, outdated type of approach. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, lunchtime.
Break, thanks.
Okay.
I will try to keep it short enough so that I finish on time. I'm not sure if I will be successful. Anyway, I would like to start with mentioning three factors that seem not to be related, apart from that they all have something together with Ethiopia. And then to show you how they are related among each other, this is first thing, and the second thing, how they relate to the idea of the heart of darkness. So one point of the presentation deals with the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, when Menelik II, the emperor of Ethiopia, not only negotiates the Ethiopian borders, and not only with the British, but also rules Ethiopia with, very impressive visions of which place it should take in global perspective, I would say. So this person of Menelik II and his achievements in diplomacy, let's say, is somehow one part of the presentation. Another, as I said, not seem to be related, is some thoughts on Ethiopian paintings, which is modern but in traditional style, and especially the example that you can see here, and you will be able to see it better in a moment, which is a work from about 1930 by Haile Selassie that presents how Ras Gobena was fighting Shankala. And another part of the presentation is the problem of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which now, starting from this year, is in full operation. And talking about Western Borderlands, because this Western Borderlands bring all those three parts together. So I will go very fast through those slides, and we'll come back to them later. So here you can see the map of the borderlands. I will discuss them actually in the end of the presentation. You can also see the points. This is created by AI. So this is what ChatGPT thinks what are the problematic and most troublesome parts in the Western Ethiopian borderlands. We also come back to this, where problems occur in the areas of Al-Fashaka and Benishangul Gumus. Sorry, this is a mistake, it's Benishangul. That's a silly mistake. Okay, so starting with Menelik II and the Ethiopian Western borderlands, this somehow, we are talking about the turn of the 19th and 20th century, and I would like to show you that the idea of the heart of darkness, of those remote areas that in the minds of, yes, this is the question, in whose minds are connected with something which is wild, black, and untamed, that it does not need to be related to the black and white relations, let's say, and they do not need to involve European or white people. That can always be related to different relations within Africa. And Menelik II, as I said, a very successful and regarded in history to be one of the greatest emperors of Ethiopia. He realized in the end of the 19th century that if Ethiopia wants to survive as an independent and powerful country, Ethiopia needs to take care that the borders of Ethiopia are established according to Western rules, that he needs to sign documents, signed treaties with European countries so that the borders of Ethiopia are internationally respected. He also was a representative of the group ruling in Ethiopia. You can call them Habesha, or they call themselves Habesha, or you can say that they are Ethiopian Christians, Orthodox Christians coming from Ethiopian highlands and speaking Semitic languages, who think about themselves that the color of the skin is red, and in comparison to others who surround them, who are not red at all, Menelik being representative of this group, he perceived European powers as neighbors of Ethiopia. And this is very, very important, that Ethiopians wanted to present themselves both during Menelik time and later Haile Selassie I. Ethiopians wanted to present themselves, or those who ruled Ethiopia, as those who are equal to Europeans, and European powers were treated as neighbors, while other Africans that surrounded Ethiopian highlands or Ethiopian lands, they were perceived in completely different terms. During Menelik period, which is, Menelik was crowned in 1889, but before this he ruled one's province as king of Shewa, and still when he was a king of Shewa, not the emperor of Ethiopia, he was conquering lands situated to east, south, and west to what was Ethiopian Empire before. Here you can see the map that shows, like what is in light color. This is Ethiopian Empire before the conquest, and what is in this purple color is what Ethiopia was in the beginning of the 20th century after these actions of conquer. And here also you have three maps that show how the empire was growing during very, very short period. So on both of those, on all four of those maps, you can see, I think this map is the best. You can see, like, first of all, which is the different in terms of space, but also you can see that, like the western, what is now the western borderlands of Ethiopia, they are, like quite a tiny strip comparing to all the rest of the conquered land. What was on the other side of what is today Ethiopia's border, this is the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, meaning British territories. So Menelik was claiming Ethiopian territories very, very far towards the west. In 1891, he issued a letter to King of Italy, Umberto I, stating very openly that he's not going, Menelik II is not going to watch how European powers are dividing Africa. But it did not mean that he wanted to fight European powers, he wanted to take his part. So this is, like what is very often stressed in, especially by those who are now part of Ethiopian citizens, but they claim to be under occupation of Ethiopia still until today. Somalians, for example, that Ethiopia was taking part in colonial division of Africa. So this is somehow, like something what relates to Max was talking about today, that this colonialism and colonial conquer is something that we also need to look from some, sometimes to put in a perspective that it's not really black and white. Doesn't matter what we understand by the colors. So first of all, Menelik II and Ethiopia as a power, a very important power, and respected by Europeans, by the way, which took part in division of Africa. He also wrote to Queen Victoria also in the end of the 19th century, stating that Ethiopian lands, they should go as far as Khartoum, as far as Sennar, and in what is today in Sudan, and so on and so on. So if you realize how far Khartoum is, you can imagine that just Menelik wanted to take as much as possible, paying no attention to whatever. He just wanted to take as much as possible. And there is a very, very long story. Of course, I will not be talking about this, no time, no need to talk about, the expeditions of the British, several expeditions that they tried to, to demarcate the border. Eventually, in the 1902, there was a treaty between British and the British and Ethiopians that established what is the Ethiopian border today. There are many points, not many points in this treaty, but generally speaking, whatever is in this treaty, this is very much discussed today because the lands are just, they are the disputed lands by Sudan and Ethiopia today. So this is like one part which is about Menelik and the western borderlands. What also needs to be stressed is that I think I may say, of course, I think it's of course for everybody here, that, who is inhabiting these western borderlands, both in historical terms and today, they are neither Sudanese nor Ethiopians. They are people who were always inhabitants of those lands that were invaded. They were slave hunting for centuries. There is gold there, so also gold trade and everything what is connected with this. So there were many different powers over the centuries that were, exploiting this what today is western borderlands of Ethiopia. Okay. Another thing is the history of so-called Antika, Ethiopian modern painting in traditional style. To introduce very shortly, it was introduced in the beginning of the 20th century because Europeans wanted so much African art that Ethiopians started to paint this kind of pictures so that to sell them. It is the style is based on the traditional paintings that functioned over the centuries in Ethiopian churches or in manuscripts, but this idea was completely new and it was just for sale. There are many interesting stories, so I will skip them, about the history of those paintings. And there are several major themes. They are mostly connected with the ground history of Ethiopia and with religious Christian subjects. But also we have this subject of important events in history. And here there is from the British Museum one example of this kind of paintings. And I am not really able to read because, each Ethiopian painting is described, but I took it from the internet. I just cannot see what is there, but by the part that I can decipher, I can see that it's, again, fighting Shankala. So this Shankala is an important term. So there are Ethiopians fighting Shankala. And here we have another picture, my absolutely favorite one, from Frobenius, in the collection of Frobenius Institute. And here we can see very clearly what is written here. And this is Ras Gobena. We have this Ras Gobena with the, the lion's hair on his head, which is traditional Christian Ethiopian warriors' headgear. And, Ethiopians, and you have this Shankala. What is interesting about it, first of all, as you can all see, we can see that Ethiopians have light color of the skin, that they are fully dressed, that they are equipped with weapons, that Ras Gobena is riding a horse, and so on and so on. And they are, of course, and they are winning. But this is historical fact that they were winning, and they fight Shankala. Now we have Shankala, as you can see, very dark. You see them naked. And absolutely my favorite, please don't misinterpret this, is the size of their phalluses. As typical, you know, like wild people. Like we all know that wild people, they are very much sexually, I don't know, whatever. So it's like perfect representation of wild ones. And now, what it means Shankala, because we do not have anybody in Ethiopia or in Sudan who would call themselves Shankala. Shankala is a pejorative term in Amharic to describe black and wild people. So you can translate it for your own in your own languages. What is the best about this story is that in historical terms, is that Ras Gobena came from Oromo people, but he accepted Christianity, he accepted Habesha cultural values, so he was turned Habesha somehow, he was civilized. Shankala, Ras Gobena was fighting Oromos. So he is Oromo and Shankala are Oromos. But he is civilized, they are not. So he is red and they are black. He wears clothes, they are wild, and so on. So this is another point. And here is the third point, which is the Ground Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Ground Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, you might have heard, it's a big issue between Egypt and Ethiopia, Sudan in the middle. And this is a big dispute because Egypt is rightly afraid that Ethiopians will, what they actually, was talking about over the centuries, for many centuries ago, that they will turn the waters of the Nile. And now what they were talking about for all those, over 1,000 years, now they did it. They are able to stop the water of Blue Nile, but which is very important for cultivation in Egypt. They can stop it. So there is a huge dispute. It's very political. It's still, the possibility of war is still being discussed, and so on and so on. And where the dam is situated? The dam is situated in Beni Shangul area, which means the border between Ethiopia and Sudan. So we have a huge international discussion with many aspects of, many different consequences are being discussed, including the option that because it is the Rift Valley, so it's even possible that, because it's such a huge reservoir and the pressure of water is so immense that there is a high probability that the continents move. So we can experience huge earthquake even in Europe, which is natural somehow, if the continents move because of the pressure of this the water in this reservoir. So this is a big issue, but nobody discusses, which are the consequences for people living there, meaning Beni Shangul people. So, so we can see that those three elements of my presentation that I'm mentioning here, that they all somehow, come together within this idea of heart of darkness. Doesn't matter if we or Ethiopian Ethiopian emperor, discussed the borders of Ethiopia and the relations of Ethiopia and their neighbors during the colonial era. Doesn't matter if, like we sell pictures which are attractive for Europeans, but the pictures and Antica pictures, I haven't said that, this is very important, that in those Antica pictures we can very clearly see how this privileged group in Ethiopia, those Habesha people, how they present this Habesha culture in terms of history, in terms of religion, in terms of different cultural features. So this vision of Ethiopian vision of, like their relation with different inhabitants of, let's say, Ethiopia or the Horn of Africa. You can, you can discuss which is the right term. And eventually, when you build a huge dam, which is supposed to provide electricity for, like big part of Africa, which is supposed to be a symbol of power in today in this part of Africa, or if it is one of the dams that actually the power that is obtained from those dams, they don't really go to, I don't know, for, like, I don't know, whatever our needs of people living there, but they are actually used to mine bitcoins in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia nowadays is one of the biggest producers of bitcoins. So all this makes problems for people living in the area. So I don't want to discuss these problems. It's not the aim. It does not make sense to go into details. But I just want to show you that there are problems. Doesn't matter if we go to Wikipedia and just see some examples of the problems, or we go to ChatGPT and ask him to produce, a map of conflicts. Doesn't matter. The fertile lands of this area, gold, water, which is the most important, excuse me, they all cause that there are huge displacements, huge migrations, huge, and there is a constant war going on, and with all the consequences. So we are in the heart of darkness for Ethiopia. And this heart of darkness is from the perspective of, of those who have been ruling. Excuse me. Have been in power in Ethiopia over the centuries. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but yeah, it wants to show me that time is over. So I'm not sure if there are any questions. Okay, I think they are known, so thank you very much. So I give the floor. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Just one question, because I wanted to ask, because as I understand, the Emperor Haile Selassie, who was also here in Belgrade for the non-aligned conference, he was also visiting Poland, and he was a very important player in the Pan-Africanist movement. He was, in a way, in competition to Kwame Nkrumah. So with all this background that you showed us, like what was the position of Ethiopia in this like decolonization and all these struggles?
This is fantastic. This is absolutely one of my favorite questions, because Haile Selassie, from being red, he turned black in 1960, and this is really something. He was like Menelik and many Ethiopian emperors before him, and many Ethiopian leaders after him. They are so skilled politicians and diplomats. And Haile Selassie, who was, well, shall I say racist? Yes, he was, to a huge extreme. And but he realized that if even in the symbolical terms, he claimed that European powers, they are neighbors, and he was walking around in this colonial helmet. So this was, he presented himself very much as a part of this colonial, I don't know, construction, let's say. And then he realized that what is going on in Africa, he did not want to be among colonial powers that lost. He wanted to be one of the Africans who won, and even more, he wanted to be one of the father figures of independent Africa. So he started to print booklets in Ethiopia. There were many photographs in Ethiopian press and also in international media showing him. Like my favorite from Ethiopian booklets is the sun of Ethiopia is rising on African sky. So this is exactly what he wanted to be. So there were no more pictures of him, with European heads. There were lots of, it was I think in thousands pictures of him with Kwame Nkrumah, with Nyerere, with everybody kissing, and it's very much against Ethiopian political culture to touch anybody. Ethiopian emperor is somebody that you cannot touch. Like in the beginning of Haile Selassie's reign, it was still forbidden to look at the emperor and to talk to the emperor, and nobody could hear the emperor. And then Haile Selassie is kissing hand of Queen Elizabeth. He is even, shaking hands and, with Marlon Brando. So, and we have lots of this kind of pictures with different African, leaders and father figures. So, and of course, the Organization of African Unity in the beginning of the 60s in Addis Ababa. This is the outcome of the policy of Haile Selassie, who, let me say this, he chose to turn black. Very much against himself. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. As mentioned today, as mentioned here, that my name is Najmeldin Karamallah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a pleasure for me to be here, and thank you, Emilia, and thank you, Asha, for inviting me here to be the first time here. I'm not going to talk about the museum or the history and so on. Just I would like to put in word my it could say that this is my idea or my how the African or Sub-Saharan African countries could be, and the problem of democratization and the development and analyzing the conflict in Sub-Saharan Africa. This based on my new book, which has been published in this year, titles Obstacle to the democracy in Sub-Saharan Africa, Sudanese lands. Why Sudan? Because the Sudan is a border with the many countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. As Professor Rubinkowska mentioned, the problem of borders between Sudan and Ethiopia. This is, I think this is a very important issue. But analyzing obstacle to democracy in different ways, I would like to put my idea in sense that many elements that could be the obstacle not just for democracy, and this is for development. As you know that, for example, in Sudan, what we have the conflict now, and we have more than 25 million people displacement for their homes and so on. This is catastrophic now. The thing is today, with post-colonial approaches stressing the need to decolonize knowledge, African voices on diverse aspects of life and increasingly respected. Yet, vision of democracy and governance, both in scholarly literature and popular thought. This is very important because I think that we need to have our voices in the literature, in the books, and the history. And also, we published an article with Professor Rubinkowska talking about the ink of Africa, the African ink. That means that we should create our history, because as you know that the history of Africa has been created by the colonials, by the European, and we need that to resolve our existing problems of conflict, of misgovernance in many African countries. The democratization process in Sub-Saharan Africa is inherently complex and very difficult, and through the time, often difficult for the external, for the European to look at it. But the problem is the African political thinker or philosopher emphasize that democracy in Africa cannot be simply replaced with the majority, the rule model of the European model of the democracy, because of the society, of the diversity, the ethnic diversity, because of the diversity of faiths and communities, and the problem of even discrimination inside the African society, as mentioned before. So it must be tolerate the multi-ethnic specifics of African states to state the thing of how the African should be ruled, not the democracy in the European model. Those arguments by many African thinkers, we can give some example of Jomo Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, who we think that describe the Africans pro-colonial traditional ways of governance. It could be the good way to have the African rule or the status. Also the thinker Krstović also argued that the Eastern African society developed democratic practice need in the rule of wise elder. That means going back to the traditions. It could be the way of governance or ruling the African states. And those all things make, and also Gada system. This could be one of the ways it's given by Oromo in Ethiopia. It could be also in the society. In that society, it could be the way of governance and so on. So those things make some thinkers, African thinkers, think about how to manage, how to govern, how to avoid this kind of this governance or this management of the roots of African countries, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa and so on. This is it could be things of idea of how to look on the Africans and why is that we have lack of democracy in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Africa in general. One of the main reasons for me in the book, which I mentioned before, that the colonial invasion of Africa and formation of the African state. This is the main problems of Africans and African states here. The colonial invasion of Africa reduced the vast heterogeneous continent into unified yet overshadowed geopolitical and cultural entity. I would like to talk about it because here when the European come to Africa, I think many can think. I think that they have avoided any kind of element of ruling the society in Africa on this status, so that make things difficult to be in the latter way. That the simplification serves clear strategic and ideological aims. It facilitates administrating, controlling everything there by the European colonials and so on. So, also, other elements of the colonial invasion here, the politicals of silence, institutionalization under the colonial administration, and later reproduced by many post-colonial regimes like Mugabe's, Nimeri, and Bokassa, and other those leaders. This also, by raising indigenous voices and marginalizing critical account those silences. This also one of the second element of that. The important things, which I think that the formation of the African state. The formation of the African state has been widely debated. Even here has been debated, and I think this is one of the main reasons make the African field, and that we have many difficulties now in Africa, because all the time we are talking about the Africans, the history of Africa, the art, the link between the ideas of Pan-Africanism and so on, but we are not talking about that. This is, we have a failed states in Africa, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa. After the colonialism, most newly independent states adopted one-party systems, but their weak foundation set them up for failure. That means many parties, many political parties appeared on socialism, capitalism, or communism, or so on, that we have no African entities. We have no African roots of building the political parties. Why I am talking that? Because I give the example of, for example, we have something is called as the Constitution of Mandingo, which has been appeared in some kingdoms of Africa. But the political parties which has been created after the many countries had been get the independence, it depend on the some ideas from outside the African, and this makes some very complicated and difficult for the African society to accept this kind of ideas. The modern African state largely replaced colonial authorization structure, becoming destroyed version of European model, such as Congo and other countries illustrate this crisis. Dispute, repeated popular revolution since independence, all offered to build lasting democracy have been failed. We failed to build democracy, for example, in Sudan. Since independence of Sudan in 1956, the Sudanese people trying to get democracy or constitution in 1953, before the independence, but failed because after the independence, the political parties created by the colonials adapted the European model of political parties. This is one thing, or the ideological sense of, for example, Islam or Arabism or any kind of ideologies that make things very difficult to rebuild or build the democracy in Sudan. So in the result that we have, and still many coups in Sudan, and Sudan became one of the most, after Benin, and so military coups in Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. So the crisis of building democratic institution in post-colonial African countries, the issue of formation of African state has received intensive discussion and debate in literature, including literature on African and African literature by Africans. And many has been written about this, and as mentioned before, and discussed about this. But the reason is that because mostly the problem of democratization of Africa is discussed by the European or by the scholars outside Africa. So this is one of the main problems. Also, the end of colonial era in Africa led to emerge of the modern African states. Most newly independent African countries adopt the one-party, as I said, system as pattern of mechanism for building a state. The main reason for the failure of state is the inequality of their foundation since the beginning of their inceptions. So the modern state of Africa did not appear except as African version of colonial system in the term of authorization of the system. The second or the third element of crisis of building democratic institution in African, post-colonial African countries, the military coup, which is, we have the African countries is have the most in the world. The military school, more than the second maybe in Asia or something like this. Military coup and the syndrome of civil-military rotation have been significant challenges to consolidating the democratic governance in Africa. All the time that we have military coup and the civilian government and so on and so on. So the African has experienced numerous military coups undermining the rule of law and democratic institution. The syndrome of this civil military rotation, where the military alternative with civilian leaders in power has also contributed to political instability and weakened democratic institution. So the coup is also element of as an obstacle of the democracy in Sub-Saharan Africa or in African in general. The history of military coup in Africa become evident and most took place soon after the end of colonial era. Before, they have no any kind of military coup in Africa, so that means this is the element of coup. This is the element of post-colonial Africa and so on. Those coups proved to be determinantal to the democratic process of those countries and always help to intensify their economic, social, and political problems. Additionally, they often result in armed conflict, destabilizing the region in general. Here, you can look to this map or this chart showing the military coup in Sub-Saharan Africa, where the most coups have occurred in Sub-Saharan Africa since 1950s. So after the independence of most of the African countries. And as you see here, that we have 17 coups in Sudan, and now we have more than 17, so around 20 coups in Africa, in Sudan. And the last one, of course, in 2021 by General Al-Burhan. This coming after the revolution in 2019 in Sudan, and after this again is the temporarily, or we can say the civil maybe government and so on. And also you can see here in some countries like Comoros, also they have a 9. Burundi also they have an 11 coup, and in Mali around 8, Nigeria 8, and Togo, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and so on and so on. This map will show you how the coup could be the element of, destructive or the democracy, which is linked to lack of development, lack of improvement of the countries. Yeah. So, why we have a coup in Africa, and what is the reason, the factor motivating the military coup in Africa? This is a very important question to be answered. They are declining the credibility and transparency regarding the election. A great deal of lack of credibility characterized many elections on the African continent. The coup is the effect of failure of civil government to providing some kind of services to the society or give the society the stabilization. This is the one thing. Other things is the corruption, which I will talk about it, and the other side. And also that as I said, because I said about the political parties they concentrate on themselves. So this is some reason of also that we have a coup, because when you have a coup, the military who carries the coup all the time talking about this corruption. There is a corruption. There is no any kind of development and so on. Lack of good governance and high rates of corruption. Africa generally scores the lowest in 2021 corruption level of the corruption index here, with average score of 33 to 100%. That we have countries like South Sudan, and other countries that the high level of the corruption, and so this is one of the factors that's motivating the coup in Africa. Suffering from the deterioration of economic and living conditions as well. The vast majority of the population of African countries suffer from deteriorating economic condition and high poverty rates. That means, according to the statistic, that in many African countries that we have a very that's very high level of poverty and hunger. And also, continuing talking about the factors motivating the military coups in Africa, with the deterioration of security condition and the fragility of African countries. About 20 countries in Africa have witnessed armed conflict, and now we have more than that. Now we have around 27 countries in Africa that have some kind of conflict inside. For example, Sudan, that we have more than conflict. That conflict is the reason of more than 25 million have been displaced from their homes. Around 5 or 7 million people immigrating from the country, outside the countries, neighboring the Sudan, and hundreds of thousands of people have been killed, hundreds of thousands women has been raped, and 12 million children out of school because of the conflict. And just give the Sudan as an example, we have the same or less these statistics in other African countries on Sub-Saharan. So according to the above, African countries face several challenges, including declining credibility and transparency in election. That means if we have, in my opinion, that the dictatorship is not just because the military, by military coup, also by civilian. That we have a civilian dictatorship is I think this is a high harder than the military coup, the military, because the military is all the time they going. In my opinion, I'm not staying in the side of the military, but I think that the military could sometimes in some countries they have some to stabilize the situation and the country and so on, to avoid some kind of escalation on the conflict and so on. Lack of good governance and high rates of corruption, as I said, deteriorating economic and living condition and other fragility of security condition, all this making things very bad. The history of Africa has been associated with a military coup more than any other continent, as I said, and many attribute this phenomenon to widespread poverty and corruption, mismanagement of government and poor economic performance, which military find justification for seizing power to save the country from collapse and reform its institution and economy. Sometimes the military coup could be way to resolve the problem in some countries. But this is a discussion, because I'm in opinion that sometimes the military could be the way to resolve or to make some kind of security of the people in more than 50% of the coup in Africa were successful. Not because the military have a good idea or something like this, most leading to the displacement of rules and the distribution of the constitution. They stop all the time the constitution. Statistics indicate that 27 countries in Africa as of 2019, have witnessed military coup of the 25 successful coups in Africa since 1990. 20 took place in West African countries, 12 in the Sahel, and 8 in the Gulf of Guinea countries. In the years following 2010, 6 coups took place in African Sahel countries, compared to 2 coups in Gulf of Guinea, and those coups are concentrated in the Sahel more than in other countries region. Why? Because the specific of the Sahel region, because the Sahel region is affected by the climate change of the things. Also the specific of the people who are living in the Sahel. And also the characteristic of the livelihood of the people living in the Sahel, the movement of the people, and also the links between the society in those countries. For example, between borders in East Sudan and Ethiopia, borders between Chad and Sudan, borders between Sudan and South Sudan, borders between Kenya and South Sudan, and so on and so on. The characteristics of this region of the Sahel is make things like this. People are affected by those. That means this is make things very difficult to the people of Sahel region. In less than a year from April 2001 to January 2022, the fever of coups hit continent, especially in the Sub-Saharan Africa, as witnesses 5 coups in Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Chad, and Sudan. So in 1990s, also the wave of coup or military coup coming again because, as I mentioned before, because of hunger and instability, and the scarcity of water, the climate change, the conflict, and very important things, the intervention from outside the country, from outside the African countries and so on. The most recent military coups occurred in Burkina Faso. This is not far in the country history. So, because I have a lot of time, so I will going to go to another element here, the relationship between democracy and armed conflict in Africa, because we said that we have armed conflict in Africa and the coup there. The relationship between democracy and armed conflict is complex. It can vary depend on various factors such as level of democratization, the history and the structure of the state, and the nature of the armed movement in this country. Studies suggest that as nations become more democratic, they reduce their chance of getting involved in war with other countries. That has been stated by them. So, the ethnic conflict can be one of the most critical points on which external parties focus, as they represent the appropriate environment for implementing their plans, especially in countries of strategic importance. Those parties may seek to exploit ethnic groups to increase political and security tension, leading to the imposition of external conditionality and eliminating any African national program related to governance and economic policies. This includes the impatience of external reform that do not correspond to the requirements and prescriptions of African reality. So we found here there is some kind of relation between democracy and the conflict in those countries. Other things here also very important to mention. The ethnic diversity is a significant aspect of African society that has profound implications for the politics, democracy, and conflict. Ethnic diversity cannot be ignored in Africa. Never. We cannot ignore this element of ethnic diversity because this is a characteristics, natural characteristic of those societies of African countries, or suppressed in effort to create national unity. About the national unity, it is very important to mention here. For example, the country like Sudan, still we have no any kind of national unity. We have no Sudanese as Sudanese because the people in Sudan, from every which is called tribe, this is a word to use the discussion, they feel that the belonging to the tribe is more important than belonging to the state, to the national state. I can fight for my tribe. I can fight for my leader of the tribe or the family of the leader of the tribe, not for my country. I can fight against my central government of my country because I feel that my tribe has been somehow abused or something like this. So the national unity is the big problem, is a huge problem in Africa, and one of the most important element of lack of governance, lack of democracy, and so on and so on. This is the one thing. So, internal division within the ethnic groups can lead to conflict and impede the development of cohesive political movement, because the reason is if we have democratic election, all the people elected people from their tribes, from their ethnic groups, from their families, not for the program of the people who would like to be elected, and so on. So this makes the election of the democratic process nonsense in some way in some African countries. Ethnicity, religion, and language are significant determinants of the conflict as well, because most of the conflict that we have in Africa, they have the ethnicity, religions, and language. Language is very important here. Why? For example, I give some kind of example in Sudan that we have 250 dialects or language, and every is different than others, and we have many conflict between them because of the language, sometimes because of the ethnicity, because sometimes of the religion. In many cases, intra-group differences can, be also some kind of conflict as the people compete for resources and power within their communities. This finding is particularly relevant to African society where the ethnic pluralism is prevalent. Also, this is one of the problems of this lack of democracy. Understanding and addressing the complex of the ethnic diversity is a crucial of promoting democracy and reducing the conflict in Africa. I don't know if the time is okay. Yeah. The political parties in Sub-Saharan Africa also, that the impact of ethnic and religious division on democratic governance in Sub-Saharan Africa as well. This is a very important here. as I mentioned before also, the political parties in Sub-Saharan Africa usually do not have a straightforward political program, but rather they base on conflicting tribal lines that have made the justification of one party easier for the political, given that opening the way for parties does not in any way mean political pluralism as much as means tribal rival. That means if I have a political party in Sudan or in Africa or in Benin or somewhere, I can put the ethnicity and the conflict is a way to win the election and so on. And this is one of the problems. The tribalism in Africa is not a social structure as much as it's a comprehensive system that patterns all aspects of life and cannot be removed easily. We cannot remove easily this tribalism in Africa because it's not a social structure as still of life more than a social structure. Because many European thinker or philosopher or whatever you can, they think that the tribalism is just a social structure and not, no, this is not just a social structure because this is a way of life. Because when we're creating, because I don't like to go inside deeply on how to create the tribe. The tribe is created because there is ethnicity. For example, Dinka or Nuer in Sudan, they have the same shape. But in the north, for example, Shaigia is the structure. This is culturally and economically groups which has been created, and they give them some kind of scholarship and to have this kind of tribe and so on. This is not just a social structure and so on. But this is another thing. I don't like to go deep in this. African countries have yet to reach national unity, as I said, due to this social legacy that extend over countries and people refuse to abandon it. That means difficult to them to move from this kind of beliefs and those kinds of what they think that is better for them. Here I will discuss with the doctor here, who is from Belgium, yesterday, the relationship between the corruption, economic development, and democracy in Sub-Saharan Africa. The African continent, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, is considered the poorest one of the countries in the world that have suffered the most since independence from the external debt crisis. The African society are the poorest in the world. And although its flawed economic reform and liberalization programs that were agreed upon with the international institutions, such as World Bank and International Monetary Fund, those programs did not contribute in the acceptable way to support economic growth rates in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we know that programs from the World Bank or International Monetary Fund, and you cannot make anything inside the African society and so on. Okay? In the light of recent change in Africa economy, in the light of the corona, for example, the last this COVID-19 and so on, the continent's need for more debt has increased to meet its development needs, which have become increasingly weak in light of the pandemic. And this is from the pandemic, from the corona or COVID-19, the African is going back, and the things will more bad and seen. Corruption is described one of the main factors that impede economic and social growth, hinder economic development, and undermine the political legitimacy, which increase poverty and economic and political instability in Africa or in sub-Saharan Africa. It also result in violation of human rights and exacerbations of class inequality. It represents the illegal behavior of officials, such as exploitations of power and influence, and also the valuation of the public funds in services of personal interests and others, as we know about that, or how these African leaders do. There are many reasons behind administrative and financial corruption, which may political and social, economic and cultural and international or external profound, affecting the economic and social structure, especially for developing countries, including sub-Saharan Africa. So it's a high relationship between these corruptions and the lack of democracy or development in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. The African continent, especially the coast of Africa. Talking here about the influence of external actors, including international organizations and donor countries on democratization in sub-Saharan Africa. The African continent, especially the coast of Africa, meaning the Sahel and so on, and it still is one of the areas of competition between the major power in the world. Taking, for example, the Red Sea in Sudan and the Red Sea, and how we see the competition between the United States and China and Russia, and even and other countries, even small countries from the Gulf, or they will have to have access to the Red Sea. Added to that, the competition between the African countries itself. For example, the inspiration of the Ethiopian leaders who like also to do everything to get access to Red Sea, abusing the territory of those countries and making more conflict between African countries and so on. This is also one. The United States, Britain, France, China, and Japan are the front of those powers. The Russian role in Africa, Sahel countries. All these things, all those countries, or all those international powers here mentions. Ethnic conflicts are one of the most important reasons for the failure of the African democratic path. The external force thus has contributed significantly to the failure of democratic path in Africa and African Sahel, in particular due to the large number of multiplicity of conflicts in it. So, the international power, through the conflict, through the corruption, through the ethnic diversity, they go through to have some kind of interest inside those countries, okay? This is, in general, what I'm talking about in my book, and my idea, and what I would like to here to mention and to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and maybe some questions from the audience.
Thank you very much for your analysis, which I share largely. I would like to add one element, which is about in the 90s, we made, as Westerners, we made a number of mistakes. When we thought about democracy, we didn't see that democracy never should come alone. We thought about democracy, but we forgot about rule of law, and we forgot about human rights. And if you apply democracy without the rights, it means that you create a dictatorship of the majority. And I believe that indeed what you say, this kind of diversity, which exists also in Europe, let's be frank, at least in a number of European countries. When there is no protection of the minorities, you run into problems. And I would add one thing which, based on my experience, is one of the gravest problems. It is the deterioration of education, which is linked to, of course, to the increase in population. We should have massively invested in education, and we have not done so. And that means that in terms of economic solutions, how do you want investors to come when they cannot find a workforce? There is an enormous workforce, but overall it is not sufficiently trained and educated. And so this means that at present, in a number of countries, but not everywhere, I want to emphasize that. I was posted in Kenya, for example. Kenya, I think, is an example of a country which has many problems, but which is going forward. So I would make, and that's my question. I understand when talking about Sudan, when talking about the whole area actually in the Sahel, which as a consequence of climate change is moving backward economically, this may not necessarily be the case for a number of other African countries. So I would like to have your reaction about that. And I admit that climate change is happening now, and the effects of climate change we do not realize sufficiently here in Europe. They are there already in the Sahel. I have seen it, I have felt it, I have witnessed it. And I believe that there, I don't think we can blame one or the other, but it is a common responsibility on which we really need to work, and where, for example, we as I then speak as a director for the Africa Museum, we need to sensitize, we need to call on our public opinions about climate change and the need to do something about that. It's moving a bit backward, but I believe we need to keep fighting for an answer, mitigation, and preferably also solutions for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments and your questions. I agree with you totally that there is a diversity, ethnic diversity, even in Europe exists. But the scale of the diversity in Europe is different than the scale of the diversity in Africa. So in Africa, we have a diversity who affected sometimes the conflict, armed conflict, affecting escalation, affecting displacement from place to place. When we have a lack of government, we have no control of the borders. The problem of borders links with the ethnic diversity makes things hard and difficult. And also the differences are not just ethnic, but language, culture, the way of life, many things that affecting that the people conflicting and make things hard for African countries. But in general, I agree with you. The thing which I mostly agree with you is the case, the education. The education is a very important thing because at the beginning I talked about the scholarship or scholarly literature, the ink of African thinker. I think this is a very important here. The curricula, the system of education in African countries, I think this is a very important issue for African countries, for development and for democracy and development and so on. This is a very important here. And the third thing, the climate change. Of course, the climate change affected all around the world. And even in Europe, they make the prices go high, rise, but in Africa, not necessary. They make side of balancing conflict. Millions of people could be moved from place to place because of climate change. We have many conflict and armed conflict because of climate change. And this is a difference here. Yes, of course, but generally I agree with you totally.
I would like to ask you, you mentioned the Gada system, which is the Oromos Gada system, which is the age group system, that there are suggestions that it should be implemented into modern way of governance. And can you give some specifics how this system can be introduced in into governing states, people?
Yes, it is not. It's not the. I mentioned here many of them. I talked about the many of the systems which had been exist pre-colonial in Africa. It could be the roots to build a new constitution or to build a new way, the way which we giving in consideration all the society elements, the people that are living there. Is not because this is this is maybe some century ago that it should be changed, but depending on the situation, depending on the ethnic diversity, religions, language, and so on and so on. It is a way. It's not as we would like to take it as is, as it, and to put it now, and to use it as a way of rule or something like this. But it is an element, exists some way, and it's important because is Africans, is from this place, from this society. Even the society has been changed, but this element is one of the elements which we can rely on it in the future. Not just to adapt it European model of democracy, of rule, of something like this.
So maybe following this question a little bit, maybe my question will be naive because I really know very little, but do you think that maybe one of the solutions, not, of course not a holistic solution, but still, is the kind of delegating power to the local level, to the regional or ethnic communities? As you said, it can be ethnic, this can be language, this can be another kind of diversity. So is it possible that today's national states delegated some competitions more and more to the self-governance of different communities?
It could be some of the way. Taking example, for example, I don't to say this is a good way. For example, in some Gulf countries, they have a king, but the power for the king is coming from different societies. They have to accept this king. And the king they give for all these societies somehow. This is something like federalism, for example.
United Emirates.
Yes, for example, or even Saudi Arabia, they have some kind of model. But I don't like to say this is a good or not, and it be suitable for Africa or not. But this is a way of how to think about this. It could be good. I think that the federalism is good, maybe good way. It's failed in Ethiopia, I think, not because the federalism it has been failed in Ethiopia because the federalism is bad, but because of the coup in this, because of the leaders of the Ethiopia somehow, maybe.
Okay. Any other questions? No, thank you. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry? In English.
Sorry?
This book in.
Yes, in English, but unfortunately, because it's a capitalism, because I have to publish it in the European, for example, unfortunately, it's very expensive, this book, for the Africans to have it. And give an example for my colleague there, and he a PhD student, he cannot pay 143 euro for the book, which this is my book, I publish it, I write it, and I have nothing for that. And he had to pay 140 euro. Unfortunately, this is the things here.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Big publishing houses, yes. Okay.
So it is easy for me to start. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be one of the part of this event. Firstly, I would like, before starting my presentation, to let you know that English is not my first language. I have some problem with pronunciation, so I will try to do my best. Hopefully that you can understand me and follow me. In any case, if you don't understand something, just be free to interrupt me. I will explain it. Okay? Okay, thank you. So, like my dear elders knows better than me, speaking in the public is one of the most challenges in our culture, because you can hurt or offend someone by your words without doing it intentionally. That is why in Africa, in my country, before you can speak in public, you must be initiated how to speak in public. Because according to Malian author, Adam Bakonare, Fem beba den de wolo mekuma deba bawolo. Everything begets its child, but it is only speech that begets its mother, the powerful of language. So my topic is the charter of Kurukan-Fuga, or the establishment of modern institutions. Firstly, I will try to explain the historical background, why people decided to make this charter. Then I will explain some external perspective on Africa, how some people see African history, the views of some people about African history. And then I will try to list also the institution was exist in Africa before colonization. And after that, I will explain also the local assemblies and the social mechanism to how to agree to facilitate consensus or agreements, where people, if they have problem, where they can make a decision, where they can gathering to discuss about decisions, and what is the condition for participation in those assemblies, and to be eligible for public office. Who can participate the local assemblies? What is condition you must to fulfill to be able to participate these assemblies? And after that, I will try also function of social categories, because our societies are divided by social categories. Every social categories has its own role to play in society. And after that, I will explain some articles from the charter. So it's not going to take a lot of time. I will finish soon. I know that you need to drink coffee. So here we are. This is Kurukan-Fuga. Like I say, my presentation will focus on the charter of the Mande Empire, also known as Mali Empire, founded in 13th century by Sundiata Keita. You will see with me that the political and institutional structures of this charter of this empire was not democratic in the modern Western sense of democracy, or suffrage, universal suffrage, multi-party elections, the press. However, its system of governance which were composed by social mechanism inspired by Mandinka culture and traditions, in certain sense, was democratic. Yet this history, which can be considered the beginning of the establishment of democratic political institution, is, or at least democratic inspiration, is little known in the West. So before this place, Mande, there was a lot of kingdoms in Mande. The name of Mali was Mande. So there was a lot of kingdoms there. So between those kingdoms, there was always the fight, the war between them. So after the victory of Sunjata, he just tried to gather all the kingdoms to this place. So the place called Kurukan-Fuga, and the charter took the name of Kurukan-Fuga, of the village where they make this charter. So they decide to make some kind of federation between them and to establish what kind of rules people must respect, what kind of political system they must to establish in the kingdom. So they accept to elect Sunjata Keita as empire. So that time there was question to talk about human rights, freedom, life, and it was also the question about ethical principles as such as non-violence, the right of human to participate in open assemblies. And for our history, this place represents as the Pax Romana, or it is like the Declaration of Human Rights after French Revolution. So in Malian history, this is the beginning of establishment of political institutions. To gathering all people Mali together, to gathering all the kingdoms in Mali to make like one people or one federation, it was this time. So this is me at University at Ahmed Baba Institute of Tombouctou, or the Library of Tombouctou. It was 2016. I was there to do some research about how our societies were organized before colonization. So accidentally, I met this old guy. He just told me, ironically, one day in the library, "Young boy, what are you doing here? Why you are here?" I told him that I came to do some research about how our society were organized before colonization. So ironically, he told me, "You should have read Thomas Hobbes, or you don't know who is Thomas Hobbes." I told him that I know who is Thomas Hobbes. It is a British author who wrote the book called Leviathan. I read these books, and I read many books like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Contrat Social. And he just told me, "You see, you know by here the names of author who lives 1,000 kilometers away from you, who never set foot in your land, who wrote about organization of society completely different from yours. Now, if I ask you who I am, you should have no answer. You probably never hear my name. You have never read my books. Yet, I wrote more than 6 books about our society before, about the organization of our societies before colonization." So, but he added, "The problem is not you personally. It is the consequences of colonization. It is the system. We got our freedom as nation, but our mind is not free. Why? Because of the books, the teaching of the books in our university, the teaching of the books of our own intellectuals sometimes is rejecting. Because many times, sometimes our educational system are founded or financed by foreign countries. So as my dear director said yesterday, one of the big challenges right now is not to get freedom, it is to liberate our mind self. But the things are starting to change. the people are starting to wake up. The new government in Sahel, you can notice that they try to change everything. So as a result, because we don't know our own history, we underestimate our own history. As a result, in 2007, Nikola Sarkozy at Czech Antajob University in Dakar said that the tragedy of Africa is that African man has not sufficiently entered into history. The African peasant, who for thousands of years have lived with the seasons, whose ideal of life is to be in harmony with nature, knows only the eternal cycles of time, punctuated by the endless repetition of the same gestures and the same words. In this imaginary world, where everything always starts over again, there is no place for human adventure or the idea of progress. So my interpretation for some people, African man doesn't have he doesn't have history. He never seeks to understand what he's doing. He is not ambitious. He does the same thing without asking himself the meaning of what he's doing. So, as you know better than me, beyond economic reasons, one of the motivations of colonization was to see the world by a double standard. In one side, you have one white man who is civilized, who is active, who has road, knowledge, hospitals, and the other side, you have a black man who lives in the darkness, who is not civilized, who has only the myth or music, belief, etc., etc. So I would like to mention that talking about white people, I'm not talking about you right now. So you should understand that I'm talking about history. So before, last I tell you that the structure, the institution of Mandinka Empire was, in certain sense, democratic. How we can describe a society or a country or a political regime as democratic? In political science, generally reference made by the presence and the respect of numbers of institutions. So as minimal condition for country to be considered as democratic. So according to Robert Dahl, there are 8 conditions for a country or society to be considered as democratic. First, freedom to form and join organizations. Second, freedom of speech, the right to vote, eligibility for public office, the right of political leaders to compete for support and votes, alternative sources of information, free and fair elections, institutions that make government policy depend on votes and other expressions of preference. So, based on this condition and referring on the Mandinka Charter, we can see together that some institutions in the Mandinka Charter were democratic or at least democratically inspiration. Our society were structured by a number of institutions that derived their legitimacy from the people. Those institutions, embodied by traditional authority, serve as references and places for debating all societal problems. So, for example, the name of this institution are different to one place to another. For example, when you go to Kingi, the name of ruler is Masake, but the institution name Blomba. Or when you go to Segu, the region of Mali, the name of ruler is Jamatigi. The institution names Yiribakoro. So when you go to where the Dogon people live, the name of the ruler is Hiyon, and the institution is Toguna, etc. So where people can make decision. For example, when something is happening in society, where people can gather to discuss about them. There are 3 levels to discuss about the problem concerning society. First, in the street, under a large tree. So here the debates were open for everyone without a distinction of your rank or social category. So men, all the women, everybody can participate this level of debate. So from here, when they didn't get agreement, they sent the debate to the second level. The second level is something like the council of chief of villages. So when the first level they didn't get agreement, they sent the debate to the second level. It's like something like assemblies, the modern assemblies. So if the chiefs of villages didn't get agreement, they sent the debate for the third level. So here, the most important is that the young people can assist the debate from here. But there is some condition you must fulfill if you want to assist the debate from the third level. I will explain you later. And you see, when you go, for example, even right now in Mali, you can easily notice that in the middle of every village, you can notice that there is a large tree when people can gather in when there is problem concerning the society to discuss about it. So we call it Keneba. It depends the name depends because there is a lot of ethnic groups in Mali. Every ethnic group in Mali has his own language. So when you go, for example, in Kingi is the one part of Mali, they call the place Keneba. Or when you go to Segu, they call it Blomba. Or when you go to the place where the Dogon people live, they call it Togona. For example, here, Togona, when the Dogon people has problem, there's the only place concerning, if the problem concerns all society, the only place they can debate this problem is Togona. So they go to Togona and they talk about it. Even right now, it exists in our societies. So there is 5 conditions, like I told you, if you want to participate in the third level of debate, you must fulfill the 5 conditions. So these 5 conditions are summarized as in one simple principle, self-knowledge. So the first is Yeko, Donko, Foko, Keko, Nyako. In Mali also, we call them 5 Kos. So I'm going to show you the characteristic of the 5 Ko. So Yeko, to see with your own eyes or with your minds before expressing any opinions. Donko, to know and master one's subject and environment through study or direct experience, so as not to remain in ignorant of essential matters. Foko, expressing your own views, intention, aspiration, and conviction in order to benefit from the contribution of others and facilitate the mobilization of energies and talent for the cause of society. Keko, keep your promises, complete your projects, duties, responsibilities, etc., within the allotted time frame and accordance with social and professional ethics. Nyako, doing good for oneself, one's family, one's community, and one's society in all conditions as much as possible in order to build and consolidate social justice and lasting peace. This is the characteristic of the 5 Kos. So if you want to participate in the debate at the third level, the highest level, you must to fulfill these 5 Kos. So it doesn't matter you are young, you are elder, you are older, you need to fulfill these 5 Kos to be able to participate in the debate at the third level. So some articles from the Charter. The Charter, there are 44 articles. I just try to choose some articles, and I will explain you one by one. For example, Article 7, a relationship is established between the Mandenka, Sinankuya, Joking, Kiship, and the Tamanyoya, a form of totemism. Consequently, no dispute arising between these groups should escalate because respect for one other is the rule. It is very difficult to explain Sinankuya. Why? Because this kind of relationship exists, as I know, only in West Africa, in Mali. Sinankuya is, as my elder mentioned here right now, that one of the determinants problem of conflicts in Africa is ethnicity. So that time, Sunjata Keita was so smart, they established a kind of sacral relationship between a different ethnic group to preserve peace and avoid conflicts, especially to maintain the canal of communication in any case if there is conflict. For example, one of the concrete example is, you can check it on internet, during the rebellion, during the Tuareg rebellion in Mali 2012, the Tuareg refused all communication, all dialogue with the central political authority. So no one could go to Kidal. Kidal is the name of the place where they live. They refused all contact with the central political authority. No one could go there, no one could eat there. They refused all communication. However, because there is a Sinankuya between the Tuareg group and the Dogon group, the Tuareg accept the mediation of Dogon. So they allow the Dogon to get in Kidal. So you can check this example on the internet even right now. And one of another example, it's happened to me. For example, I have one friend in Mali. He wants to marry. He has some problem. He had some problem with his father. The father didn't allow him to celebrate the wedding in his house. He tried to communicate with him, to talk to him. He categorically refused. So the son called me from here because he knows that there is some kind of Sinankuya between their ethnic group and my ethnic group. He called me to call his father to talk to him. Since even once I called him, he just said, like you know, I cannot refuse something coming from you because there is Sinankuya between us. So the time of Sunjata, they were very, very smart. Even right now, in Mali society, there is Sinankuya between ethnical groups. So, Article 22, vanity is a sign of weakness, and humility is a sign of greatness. So, in our society, it means even though you are a ruler, you must always to be humble. Article 23, never betray one other, respect your word of honor. This is one of the big challenges also because our history is not written in the books. For us, the most important is the word of honor. There is one expression in our language. We say that if you want to keep the animal, you keep it with his tail. Human doesn't have tail, but when you want to keep him, you keep him by his word. So in our society, the word is very, very important. Compared to another society, for example, here in Europe, the most important is to sign your signatures. And in Mali, in the history, the most important is your word, the respect of your word. So Article 35, I will go to go ahead. We don't have a lot of time. I see that people are tired. Article 9, the education of children is the responsibility of society as a whole. Parental authority, therefore, belongs to everyone. So even now, for example, some region, we say that the rules, because we live together, we establish the common rules. So the education of your child is belong all society. Article 16, in addition to their daily occupation, women must be involved in all our governments. So you see, it was 30th century. From that time, in our society, the women has rights for vote. They had rights to participate in all governments. As I know, the right for women for vote in French, they got it since 1948. In the United States of America, they got right for vote just 1920. In French, it was just 1948. So in our society, since the 30th century, the women had right. But when you read our history, they talk about a lot of stereotype, antagonistic view about African history. So I will just try. Article 40, the protection and preservation of nature. There are one social category, we call them danseuses in our language, but it can mean like hunters. Their role is not just for hunting. So they provide medicine for the society. There are like army. If there is a war, they are the only social category who can defend the cities. So one of the Article 43, the griot or mediation of society. The griots are one of the social category who are considered as a mediator of society. For example, when there is the conflict, we call the griot to intervene between different ethnical groups, or when there is death or marriage, they can inform all the society. There are like modern press or modern media. There are also the memory of society. As I told you, we don't have, our history was not written. So the griots are like our historian. They teach the young generation what was happening in history, and they can make also the alliance between the kingdoms or to advise the kings. There are like a diplomat in our society. But unfortunately, most of these institutions don't exist now, because when the colonial power came, the first thing they did is to destroy all these institutions and make their own institution how to control or how to dominate people. So this is my presentation. Be free if you have questions, contribution, contradictions. You are welcome.
So, any questions to our last speaker today? Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sidi, for the amazing presentation and many new words that we learned, especially about the 5 codes. It's an amazing structure of the approach to the life. I just wanted to remind that, speaking of decolonizing the mind, probably most of people know here, but I'm just speaking to Emilia about that. Next year it's going to be 40 years of the, if I'm reading correctly, Ngugi wa Thiong'o's book. The book title is Decolonizing the Mind. So it was written.
Who is the author?
From Kenya. He's from Kenya. Yeah. But, sorry for the mispronunciation. I just suggested, Emilia, that it's good 40 years anniversary for the next year of the... can you please, the question is, can you please elaborate a little bit more What is the official status of the charter in your country? Is it official document? That's what I missed. Sorry. Is it official document or is it something
It is not an official document, but it is recognized by UNICEF. Okay. UNESCO. But I can tell you that the last constitution, or recently constitution in Mali, the new authority tried to introduce some of the aspects of charter in the new constitution. For example, the role of traditional authorities and the roles of, for example, the griot.
And sorry, you're recognized by UNESCO as what? As a cultural heritage?
Yeah, as a culture.
Intangible cultural heritage.
Yes.
Excellent. Really glad to hear. Thanks.
Well,
I have to admit that I lived for 4 years in Mali, so I speak with some experience. Of course, very little, because I'm not a Malian, but I've tried to live there as a citizen. I believe that while the charter probably is today, it is part of history, but many of the mechanisms in society which you describe, I believe they are still very much alive, more probably than they are in many other African societies. You hinted at it, but for example, the principle of cousinage, where between different groups there are different relations which allow you, with lots of humor and sometimes with, in a very open mind, criticizing harshly people. This is, I believe, part of the mechanisms which allow to, outside what we consider in Europe as the formal democratic mechanisms, it is to maintain a dialogue in society. And I believe that there is a link with what I call legitimacy of power. The legitimacy of power can come out of the urns, out of elections, but it is much broader. And so I believe that a government, as I'll be very frank, I'm no longer a diplomat, as the IBK government, the Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta government, it was maybe elected, but it didn't maintain the dialogue with society. And I believe that there it is something which we sometimes miss in our analysis as Westerners, the maintaining of the legitimacy of power through a constant dialogue. It is something which maybe the present government, which is a military government, is trying to maintain. I'm not so sure that they succeed. It is, of course, very difficult because Mali is an enormous country. Its borders are colonial, and we know that between north and south, the relationship is extremely difficult. But still, I truly believe that some of the principles and some of the mechanisms in society which you describe and which are centuries old are part of the solution. I don't see them, and there I believe that diversity, we need to recognize it, and it can be one of the bases for going towards solutions. So I believe that what you mentioned there is important and should be taught in Mali, but also beyond, because many of those mechanisms exist also in other societies, but have been lost. And I believe that these traditions, they should be respected. And you are quite right, I believe, that the colonial power often did not understand those mechanisms or distrusted them because of, maintaining power. And there, the fact that today's governments in Africa have often taken over the structures of the colonial state, including in Mali, including in the relationship with the North and the Tuaregs and the other groups which are there. So I believe your intervention is very important, and I would like to read it in a book form or in an article form. I think you need to underline that the legitimacy of power comes through those traditional mechanisms as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting. Regarding the articles from the charter, it's very important because in my book also I'm reading about the Mandingo constitution, something similar to this, and I agree with you. And this, for example, in Sudan, in Chad, that we have, it's called traditional court. That means tribal courts that accepted by the state as a way of resolving some kind of problems. That means, and it should be, this is very important here to mention this. I totally agree with you, this issue. And I think this is, should be more research about this. And, you know, I invited you to also together to maybe hear this chance to do more about this kind of articles or charts to find some kind of solution of the, I don't like to say that against the European model of ruling or constitution or democracy and so on, but this is to be easy to, you know, to manage or to avoid this kind of this management or this ruling in African countries. Just this is my comment. Thank you.
In fact, if European countries mostly still, to some degree, follow the ancient Roman law, why not to follow other law systems in other parts of the world? Yes, if Roman law is still the element of the legal systems all over the world, so why not to not other ones? Okay, any other comment or?
We go to coffee.
In fact, at the end of this meeting, Emilia gave me very optimistically 40 minutes for the final remarks. This is very optimistic, and I absolutely am not able to talk for 40 minutes. But if I have this opportunity, so maybe I will only share a few thoughts which came to my mind, because as many of you know already, I am not specialist in African studies. I am a museologist, and this is in fact my field of expertise. But I made notes. And I made notes that during our meetings, and few treats which I find important. First of them is maybe the title itself. We had a lot of discussion about what is this heart of darkness and why we should talk at all about such thing and what does it mean. And I think we all basically agreed that the heart of darkness is at least a very problematic title or slogan. But still, as we can see now, this is still a useful slogan, even if so. So we decided with Emilia when planning this event, we decided to use it because this is also a link between Poland, between global entanglements, empires and imperialism and colonialism. So this was a starting point, and this was a useful starting point, I hope still, after this discussion, not only to start with, but also to oppose, to argue with, but here. I think this is a matter that if we have really great work of art, it doesn't matter if it's literature or any other kind of art, still this is its virtue and curse as well, yes, as it is still can be such a point of reference. But I'm sure next time we will look for another meaningful title, because maybe there will be another opportunity and another meeting which we can plan for the future. Some things which were, yes, as I said at the very beginning yesterday, at the very beginning of the conference, the African studies can be not so obvious field of or point of connection for Poland and Serbia. However, we were sure before that it is, and I think that after this meeting we can also still believe that this is a common point from different points of view. At least two main threads appeared here. One of them is this colonial thread, then the participation of the nations like Poles, Serbians or Slovenes or many other nations which were not directly imperial nations, even subjugated nations by themselves, but still participated in the global imperial politics in different forms. And as we had the examples given here, many representatives of these nations or ethnic groups also were active in the colonial activities of empires. This is one trait which is already quite explored by the researchers in the countries of Central and Southern Europe. But there is another trait, this one which is very strongly emphasized here, and also by the exhibition, which we will visit very soon. Again, some of us for the first time. This is the new opening, which came with 20th century after the main wave of decolonization in Africa, and not only in Africa, but in our case, Africa. So this time of at least officially declared cooperation. Sometimes not only declared, sometimes it was really real things, real field of cooperation. This is the period. This is a historical moment, which is also now explored in both our countries, and I believe that in Serbia this is stronger for a long time already because of this historical importance of non-alignment movement. In Poland, maybe this is more something more recently exciting, let's say, but during last, let's say, 10 years, many projects, not only artistic but also research projects also started in this area. I wanted just to inform those who don't know yet that in 2 weeks or a little more, on October 16 in the Zachęta, so the main state art gallery in Warsaw, there will be the exhibition open. What are our collective dreams? Global connections, abandoned friendships. And this will be exactly about that, not only about on African examples, because it will be more about Latin American connections and Asian, but also Africans. And exactly this will be about exploring archives of the communist period from the point of view of looking for this kind of globalization, of socialist globalization, global socialism, whatever we were discussed here. So this will be partly artistic, but partly historical presentation, as far as I know. However, I must say that being old enough, I am a little skeptical about these friendships, which were so vocally pronounced in the politics of the past decades. This is ambivalent because this construct of international friendship in the communist period, it was really strongly structured and strongly controlled by the governments in the Soviet bloc, and Polish, as you maybe know, the Polish the Polish foreign politics were not quite independent in this period. So this is still a lot of questions about how was it perceived in the society. Some of these questions were posed and were answered also here during our meeting, but this is in many cases this was really tokenized, and the lack of true experience, of true exchange in the majority of the society, like the Polish one, I think this was still dominating. And I remember myself, even from my really early years, that this official rhetoric was one thing, but strong exotization of the other, and even also some racist attitudes were also very present in the society itself, a part of this official discourse. We had also a few, as we all remember, we had some different traits discussed here. Not to cite everything, because everyone also wants a coffee and a common photo, because we'll take a picture at the very end in a while. Yeah. But what I'm very glad of, this is also that I see, even when in your dialogue just a while ago, that there will many quite meaningful exchanges during these 2 days. This new idea emerges, at least some ideas for cooperation between researchers or between artists. And even 2 days ago, yes, just after the new idea also emerged of that Poland definitely lacks the African Museum. We should have one. And this is a challenge, and Nagmeldin, in fact, was the first one who invented this. And okay, then we are waiting, but we'll see. Then I'm also very, very sure that we will find topics for the next discussions, because also before we started here, to be honest, I wasn't quite sure if this group of topics and this group of people will produce the how to say, a kind of synergy effect. In my opinion, it did. I hope some of you at least think so too. For the next year, we have a plan of something more specific. Not yet the plan. No, not yet the plan. This is just an idea. We'll see whatever will be possible. However, not the Pan-African area, but maybe Sudan. Will be the point, will be the topic of some next international meeting. I would like again to thank very, very much on behalf of the Polish Institute and of myself, of course, to the African Art Museum and personally to Emilia, who was really the engine of all this what happened here during last day and who is very tired by all this event. I assisted the preparation, so I know it very well. So please, maybe some applause for her. And you want to say?